Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. How you feeling? It's cold out. Gross, nasty. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here too.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora's out. Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
If you'd like to join us, please do. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Send me a text if you like. 35192 is that number. If you listen on iHeartRadio, you can leave messages there. Our After Hours line is back up and running again. Actor Michael Rapaport is going to be in here later on, returning to his comedy roots this weekend at the Cleveland Improv. So we'll meet him, chat. We'll have Dr. Ryan Berglund coming in a little bit later on. We do a segment with him called Is It Red? He hasn't been here since September. But if you've joined us in the past, he is tops in his field. He's a surgical urologist over at the Cleveland Clinic. And he's always game to answer whatever questions you guys might have about weird things going on down there. So I've already gotten a handful of email questions from people. And of course, I'm always happy to keep you anonymous. Some people request anonymity, and I understand that too. So you can, Alan at AlanCoxShow.com if you want to submit a question via email. Otherwise, we'll take your calls a little bit later on. But over the years, because he's joined us for many years doing this segment, over the years, we've gotten some amazing calls from people, and he's given them some amazing answers. We've had women call on the low, asking questions about their boyfriends or their husbands and other things, you know. I'm worried that my husband can't, I don't get it up, or, you know. He's on pain.
I sent you one from a wife about her husband.
Which one was that?
That they think they might have a UTI or something.
Mm-hmm.
I think I sent it yesterday.
Oh, you sent it to me.
I sent it to you. They sent it to me, and then I sent it to you.
Okay. Yep.
I just copy and pasted what they said.
All right.
And changed the names.
There you go.
Because they wanted to be anonymous.
Yeah, of course. I'm happy to maintain your anonymity if that's what you want. Or, conversely, if you really want me to let everybody know who you are, like, hey, this is Frank. He's a Pisces. He likes long walks on the beach. And this and that. Well, I'll tell you what, this weather out here today is, I almost wasn't here today because I didn't want to miss my daughter's wedding. My first grader informed us last night that she was getting married today to a tree.
It's a tree hugger already.
I got to tell you, let's hope it stops there. I really didn't know, neither Gwen nor I really knew how to respond to that, but she was quite serious that there was a tree in the recess area of her school that she had become quite fond of, and she had decided that she was going to marry that tree. And so for every question I asked her, she had an answer. But we were, of course,
What's that tree do for a living?
That's what I asked.
And what was her answer?
I don't remember. But, we're sitting there, we're having dinner last night, and of course I'm asking dad joke questions, Is this guy a chip off the old block? That kind of stuff, right? Is he going to branch out into anything else? She wasn't.
Just leave him alone.
I could barely muster a smirk out of her, and so she just made it quite clear that she was intent on marrying this tree today. And then, thank God, this weather, boy, this is no weather for tree marriage, but she woke up in the middle of the night last night to go to the bathroom and informed me in the middle of the night that on second thought, she didn't think that she and the tree, who, by the way, is named Jeremy Gesundheit.
It's a good name for a tree.
Jeremy Gesundheit is his full name. And she informed me that she wasn't sure that they were exactly right for each other. And so maybe she'd wait until the spring.
I wish I could attend too. I'm such a sap for that type of stuff.
Bill Squire at the Funny Stop, Cuyahoga Falls, everybody. March 31st. Hey, well, you get a gig, and I'll be happy to pimp it. April 1st. Until then.
And thanks, everybody. The tickets are moving pretty good on that this early, so that makes me feel good. So let's keep those moving.
What would make you feel bad?
If no one had bought any tickets at all.
Oh, my God.
But that's not the
But that's
case.
never been the case.
Right.
You're never going to have a show where not one ticket sells. Have you ever had a show where you sold fewer than 10 tickets?
Yes.
I mean, well into your career.
No.
Okay.
But there's definitely been shows like when I was doing the road and it was just showing up at gigs that people booked. Like there was plenty of times where nobody had bought tickets. Like I had to do 45 minutes to an hour for people for like 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was not fun.
And people who showed up not knowing necessarily they were going to go to a comedy show.
Yeah.
They were just coming to the bar.
Right.
And the televisions were on, and there you were. Hey, everybody, what's going on?
Yep.
Hey. Here, I'll set it up for you.
Those days are long gone.
Yeah, but I mean, in the early days, that's kind of how you do it.
Right. I mean,
because nobody knows what's going on, but I just mean further down the line, it seems unlikely.
Right. All right.
Hold on, I didn't have this set up ahead of time.
Okay.
Let me set it up now. I apologize.
This is a great way to start to begin the show.
Hold on.
All right. I'm being patient.
Hey, everybody, I'm Bill Squire. How are you? Hey, you guys hear me in the back there? Who's from out of town? So anyway, so my daughter is marrying a tree. And, you know.
Alan's act?
I don't know what to tell you. It's, you guys, is this on? Hey, what's the popping back there? Hey, where are you from, sir?
Oberlin.
No, you're supposed to go, you suck. Hey, where are you from, sir?
You suck.
All right, good night, everybody. Something like that, right? Hey, everybody.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
You know.
Uh-huh. Oh, you're too kind. You are too...
Appreciate it. Thank you all so
kind.
much.
Thank you. My goodness, you make this all worthwhile. All of it worth it. So, yeah, I didn't have to attend a tree wedding after all, although I have a feeling that's somewhere going to be on my spring calendar. So I have to get my head around that.
Do people still carve their names like so-and-so loves so-and-so with a heart around it in trees, or is that too old school?
I don't know. I can't tell you the last time I saw that.
I feel like that's canceled. And
People might still do that. Canceled.
Because it kills the tree, right? So
I don't think it kills the tree. You can carve into a tree, and that tree will still be hale and hardy.
I don't think
you're just removing some of the bark.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it hurts the tree, and people will get mad at you for doing that.
I don't know. I think the trick would be to do it when no one was around, or do it on a side away from other people. So it'd be CB plus MG on a tree.
MG.
Yeah, McDonald's guy.
Is that his name now?
I don't know his name.
Yeah.
I mean, you know his name.
I'm cool for McDonald's. Yeah,
they call him McDonald's guy.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm gonna get a shamrock shake.
This guy, it just triggers everything. Triggers the food with him. He's like, ooh, I'm not thinking about the guy that he's had a couple dates with and might have some affection for. Ooh, I can get myself a shamrock shake.
Are you guys going out tonight?
Like that?
No.
Tomorrow?
Perhaps.
Huh. Can you get a shamrock shake then? Go back to McDonald's, honey. Remember our first date back here at McDonald's? Back to the scene of the crime.
No, I'm gonna get one tonight. So I'm not gonna get one tomorrow.
Well, there you go. For those of you who had Poundcake gets a shamrock shake on your Alan Cox Show weekend bingo card, make sure that you cross that off. I have to break. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can watch if you like at AlanCoxShow.com.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio. WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
Two 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Join us. 35192 to text. Cavaliers still in Miami. They head up against the Heat tonight. They beat them by 4 points the other night. They get another crack at them tonight. 8 o'clock is your tip-off here on MMS as we inch ever closer to the end of the regular season. Cavs Heat tonight on the Buzzard. 7:30. So now that pregame coverage will begin. Darius Garland is questionable. Now, I assume that they mean his player status.
Yes.
Not just him as a person.
Right.
Because he seems to be a pretty affable chap.
Yes.
And
that's what all the kids are saying about him.
Be,
Darius Garland, one affable chap.
but I'm not a kid. I'm
I know,
a grown-ass
but
man.
It's crazy that you're speaking the way they do.
I'm a grown-ass man. And I speak the way a grown-ass man speaks. He's an affable chap. I would think it would be downright libelous to, or slanderous rather, to just call him questionable in general. So I'm going to assume that they mean that he may or may not play tonight. Hey, you want to feel old?
Yeah.
Speaking of the kids,
Speaking
of the people who used to be kids, you know who Ben Savage is?
Yes.
He is Fred Savage's younger brother. He was the
Boy
star of a
Meets
show,
World.
Boy Meets World. I didn't watch that show, but I know a lot of you 90s kids did.
I did.
I did too.
Well, Ben Savage is now 42 and running for Congress.
As a Republican, I'm guessing, right?
No, he's a Democrat.
Okay.
He's a proud Californian. He's a union member. He's, SAG-AFTRA. And he wants to represent District 30 out there in California. And so he has decided that, see, the headline I wrote was, Boy Meets World becomes, can you guess what they said?
Man Meets Congress? I don't know. Nailed it?
Man Meets Congress. Of course you nailed it. So Ben Savage did a show called Boy Meets World for you olds. For how long was that show on? 10 years?
Yeah, about 10 years.
Around there.
Yeah.
So he's running for, Adam Schiff out there is running for Senate.
And then there was Girl Meets World that was on for 3 or 4 years.
That
Oh,
sucked.
yeah?
So I heard.
Well, what was Girl Meets World?
That was where he was grown up
He had
and
a
his
son.
daughter.
Or daughter. It's called Girl Meets World. But yeah, Corey had a daughter
With
Topanga.
Topanga.
Oh, so they did a show where they were grown people and they had a kid. I
They
see.
always try and do that, and it's never like the same. Like they had That's So Raven when I was growing up, and then now that I'm an adult, they have like Raven's house, which Raven's now a mom with a daughter. Like she has a daughter living with her best friend Chelsea, and I think she has a daughter too. Or like I didn't see the whole TV show, but it got canceled because it doesn't fit. There's too much context needed for that. Like
Also, the terrible name for it, they should have called it A Murder of Ravens.
That's crows.
Damn it.
Bill
Bill
Squire
Squire.
at the Funny Stop, Cuyahoga Falls, March 31st
Murder
and
of
April 1st.
crows. Yeah, I guess
Murder
a
of
raven.
crows.
What do they call a bunch of ravens?
I don't know. A Simone of ravens? I don't
That's
know.
not bad.
Yeah.
Raven Simone.
A group of ravens is called a
Whatever
A
happened?
flock of ravens is called an unkindness? That can't be right. An unkindness, because in the 19th century, when people were really smart, they thought that the birds weren't all that caring.
We don't care about birds. Why would they care about us?
Well, they're all drones. They're not supposed to care. They are cold, faceless, emotionless robots.
People who have birds as pets, they're different types of people.
Yeah, I guess.
Like that's just a different type of pet. Like
Well, it's a noisy pet.
It's a noisy pet, but like you have to. Those people, they don't just have a bird and just
Those people. Listen to you.
It is those.
You're a
people,
birdist.
Those people who have birds as pets. One does not just feed a bird and leave it in the cage. They have an emotional connection to that bird. That bird's on their shoulder. It's just flying around the house. It's pooping everywhere.
You're supposed to have an emotional attachment to your pet.
But there's some like a turtle. Like you're not taking out a turtle out of its cage every day and letting it walk around.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. They have turtles.
they do.
Yeah.
Not everyone does, but birds are different. Bird people are just different types of people. They're like Jeep people.
My wife's a Jeep person.
I didn't say there's anything wrong with being a Jeep person. I just said there are different types of people. I like Jeep people.
Well, I think that it's like anything else, a person, I don't know what draws a person to a bird as opposed to another kind of animal. I've never understood people who were drawn to reptiles.
See, I want a monkey.
You got to have a hot lamp on them the whole time. You got to be feeding the mice, whatever it is. Some people like a really labor-intensive pet, I guess. And then the exact opposite end of the spectrum, you have people who want cats, which is like breathing furniture. They don't want to do any work. They just want to not feel so alone in the universe. They go, well, I'll get something that will never acknowledge me, but I know I won't be by myself with my own thoughts. You should get a bird, Poundcake. Should test out this theory. See if maybe you are that kind of person. You assume you're not, but you don't know that. You might be a bird person. You might be a budding ornithologist. But anyway, Ben Savage is going to run for Congress. And so just so I'm clear, that girl in that show was supposed to be cute, right?
Yeah.
Topanga? Okay.
You don't find Danielle Fishel attractive?
No. But listen, it was a different breed of person back then. And
well, she was like a hippie kid, too.
What's going to do with her looks? Listen, the kids, they want to be famous. And so back then you went on an audition and had fun. And you should try to, maybe you become a bird person, Poundcake. You considered that?
You don't think she's attractive?
Danielle Fishel? I do not. But listen,
maybe it's just
doesn't matter what I think.
I think she
show's not even on television anymore. Doesn't matter what I think. Didn't she have something in real life where like her husband was? God, didn't she have some mishigas in real life?
I know Jodie Sweetin from.
Oh no, I know what it is. She's married to Jensen Karp. That dude who was getting called out for, like, grooming all of his girlfriends back in the day. You know who Jensen Karp is? I don't know what he does now, but he was a rapper. He called himself Hot Carl or some nonsense like that. And he wrote for a couple of TV shows. I think he, wrote for WWE Raw. And he kind of made the rounds. He's been around for a minute. And he's married to Danielle Fishel, and he got blown up a couple of years ago because all these girls he used to date were like, yeah, this guy used to call me names and push my head into the wall. And I feel like it kind of blew over.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that's when she was back in the news for that. And she's like, of course, I stand by my husband.
I remember this now. He tweeted out something about the Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
That's right.
Having shrimp tails in it.
He went
or
viral
something.
on a prank, and all these women came out of the woodwork and were like, ha, 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 this guy used to cut me when we had sex, that kind of stuff. So, listen, be careful what you ask for, kids. You want to go viral, you make sure you got no skeletons. Alan, you guys were talking about Ghostbusters yesterday, as Poundcake realized the most recent one was the Paul Rudd one. Not the girls one. Listen, I happen to like the most recent Ghostbusters, but even I forgot it happened. I forgot that there was a Ghostbusters with all the Stranger Things kids in it and Paul Rudd. And I forget who the female lead was in that. But who was the mom? It's called Ghostbusters Afterlife, and I forget who the mom was in that movie, but she was she's pretty cute, if memory serves. Because they basically took a bunch of the kids.
Carrie Coon.
Carrie Coon. Right. How could I forget? She's from out there in Copley, Ohio.
That's
Carrie
right.
Coon. Married to the great playwright Tracy Letts. Man, she's foxy. I think she's a fox. We do have the After Hours line back up and running, by the way. So if you want to leave us voicemails, do it. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan. Trucker John, self-appointed king of I-71 and the one and only bureau chief of I-71 North and South. As far as Poundcake smoking crack, Bill, I think that's a brilliant idea. Him and his date should smoke at least 2 rocks apiece on the way to the venue. And I also need your opinion on this, Bill and Alan. Should Poundcake and his date, on their way to the Whitney Houston venue, split a bottle of Mad Dog 2020? Do you think that is a yay or a nay? Personally, I think they should, but that's just me. From I-71 South, downtown Columbus, this is Trucker John signing off.
That's very formal.
I love that.
Thank you, Trucker John. He's out there. He is the undisputed bureau chief there of I-71, the king of I-71. He's suggesting that Poundcake and his friend smoke 2 rocks on the way to a show.
I don't know
drink.
much about crack, but
Mad
I feel
Dog?
like smoking 2 rocks apiece, it's quite a bit of crack to smoke.
Especially if I've never done it before. Why did I do all this, like, working at Orange Theory Fitness just to, like, ruin my heart health? I'm not going to do that.
It's one night of crack smoking is not going to ruin your heart.
Not now, down the road.
They always say that. Now, I don't know this for fact because I have never tried it, but I hear once you do something like crack that's highly addictive or meth or even Coke, then you're automatically addicted. Is that true?
It's not true. We've talked about this. You don't get addicted the first time you smoke anything.
I've done cocaine and I'm not addicted.
Well, they said the high, like maybe like meth or heroin or something like that. They said the high is so intense that your body automatically gets addicted to it.
No, it's not how the body works. Listen, we're getting off track here. 2, what say you? 2 crack rocks on the way to the show, and for whatever reason, he pulled MD 2020 out of his ass. How do you feel about Mad Dog?
Again, I'm not
Red grape is pretty. If they still make red grape, it's tasty.
What is Mad Dog?
You never had Mad Dog 2020?
No.
Well, they call it Mad Dog. The MD stands for the people who. There's a company called Mogan David that makes wines and things, and so. But it's like hot. It's like 18% alcohol, and it comes in all these. It's kind of like Four Loko without the carbonation. Old school Four Loko.
Oh, okay.
Get some MD 2020.
I'm Googling it. Okay. I would try it. I don't know if I could drink a whole thing, but I try it.
Well, you'd have to split it with your boy.
Yeah, you share it with your
but again,
I
this
used
is
to
on
drink those jugs of Carlo Rossi all the time.
Carlo Rossi, Jesus.
Dude, I love those things.
Why? They were cheap?
It was the only, I wanted to get real messed up, and it was the only thing I could get through the drive-thru. So I would go through the drive-thru and get
like a gallon for $8.
Dude, it was lit. It was so
Would
lit.
you take black dumps afterwards from the, like, were they super dark color from all the wine? Would you have like the stained teeth in the morning?
Oh God, that sweet
wine
red
mouth?
wine. You get bubble gut and red teeth.
I don't remember, but I know I was a hit at the party because I had the most alcohol, and I was walking around like it was just like a cup, and I had it.
You were Borgen before Borgen was Borgen.
He really was.
So
he was pre-Borgen.
I don't know what the difference was. People would slap the bag all the time. I just had carry the jug.
But it's a heavy glass jug.
Yeah, people wanted to take.
And what would you do? Just loop your finger through and hang it over your shoulder like a knapsack?
I would carry it
like you were Johnny,
like a bindle,
like you were Johnny Sangria seed or something.
Yeah, or sometimes. Well, we at the time I'm thinking because this was before I could get quality alcohol like at a liquor store, and I was going through the drive-through. So I imagine I had a backpack because we were underage, so the cops couldn't stop you if you had a backpack on. They couldn't search you. So I imagine I probably carried a backpack with me, and it was in there. But yeah, that's what I used to do.
The cops couldn't stop you if you had a backpack on.
Because there's no probable. I'm a college student. There was no probable cause for them to search me. I had a backpack.
They make up probable cause all the time.
But the chances are they won't. I was one college student amongst many, and that was like.
You were also black.
Okay, but I was around a bunch of white people, and they were going to save me.
They were going to say.
Don't you ever forget that.
He's black and gay. What is he going to do? He's not hurting anyone. Leave him alone.
You're welcome, preemptively.
You're bullying him.
Oh. Leave my friend alone. He's the one bringing the jug of Carlo Rossi tonight.
And honestly.
We need him.
I get an underage. Like, you get a ticket. Or you do, like, I wasn't drinking in the dorms, really. It was at a house party. So unless you're out looking stupid, like, acting stupid and had it, like, in your hand, people would care. They didn't ID
Okay,
me on the
again,
street.
I don't know how they enforce things at the University of Akron. I don't know.
Well, I mean, not today there wasn't a police presence. There was, but people were getting mugged and shot and robbed. So
Well, that's why I assume maybe they'd be checking a couple of backpacks here and there.
No.
All right.
They got bigger problems to worry about.
That's the sound of the police.
Like people getting shot and stabbed.
And robbed.
And robbed. Yeah.
And mugged.
All of it.
Are mugged and robbed the same thing, or is that just?
Well, I think the mugging.
That means you get beat up.
Well, the mugging is so that they can rob you. If you get mugged and you don't have anything, they will mug you, hoping to rob you. But if you don't have anything, they can't rob you.
Okay, I thought robbed was they just take stuff from you. Mugged is they beat you up, pistol.
Just
whip you.
random beating. Yeah, but
No,
I don't think anybody's getting beat up unless they're trying to steal things from you.
I know, but there's some times where people walk up to you, like if someone came up to me and said, hey, give me your wallet, and, they threatened me with a gun or something like that, I would give it to them. I don't want to get beat up, so here, I feel like I got robbed. Mugged would be, they just run up on me, punch me in my face, kick me in my stomach, and then they take my wallet.
I think
That's mugged.
I think they're interchangeable.
Okay.
If somebody says, I got mugged, you would assume they had something taken.
Yeah.
Not that they got punched in the face.
Yeah, that's jumped.
Okay, but if I
And
got...
sometimes, giving them what they want, they'll still beat you up.
Yeah. But if I got robbed, you don't assume that that person got beat up. Mugged is both. Right?
I think they're interchangeable.
Okay.
Again, why don't you go back to Akron, stand on the corner with a backpack, and see which one happens?
No.
See if you get mugged and or robbed.
I would definitely get mugged and or robbed this time. I got lucky. I made it out alive. I was never in... No.
All right.
I would get mugged and beat up by people younger than me. That's even worse.
What, like school children?
No, the college students there now are younger than me, and they're about it. They're thugs. I'm not going down there and testing my luck. Hell no.
Go state your set.
Yeah, but if you're not causing trouble, they might just pass you by and go, oh, leave that nice old man alone. Don't get up in his face.
Nice old man.
Well, yeah. I mean, you got a good decade plus on those people.
He's trying to get into our bar, this old man. Leave him alone.
Everybody at the University of Akron talks like Mickey Mouse, apparently. Like that dude out in East Palestine is coming into town to have a couple of pops.
I didn't realize how young freshman college students look until I was like a senior, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, but you don't age that much visually in 3 years. Between a senior and a freshman? I mean, freshmen, I guess, are kind of like glorified high school seniors.
I was going to say, they
but I don't know that you look that. Everybody in college usually looks young.
You're still finding your swag because, you walk around with the lanyards on. And
well, that's where a nice jug of Carlo Rossi over the shoulder will come in. That's how you broadcast your swag.
Dude, I did have
Hey, everybody,
swag.
here comes the Sangria Kid.
I would pull it off. Like, I was known as the Four Loko guy, the 151 and pineapple juice guy, and the Carlo Rossi. I was always getting, or the Orloff. The cheap alcohol, I got you back. Like they
but
knew.
everybody in college is getting cheap booze. How did that make you an outlier? Everybody's looking to spend the least amount of money to get rocked.
Yeah, but they would. Some people had higher standards and they wouldn't settle for the cheap stuff. Like everyone was getting alcohol underage, but they would have a plug.
Settle? It's what you can afford.
No, it wasn't a poor thing. It was I didn't have a plug to get me to like a liquor store. Because I wanted the 151 and pineapple juice, but you have to get that at a liquor store. I'm like,
but didn't you have a car?
Oh, you kids and your newfangled. We were back in the day. We were poor in college.
Oh, I'm still thinking.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
a
when you
freshman,
were...
sophomore year, I wasn't 21 until my sophomore year. So there were people that were like, oh, I can go through the drive-through. They don't, they don't ID or whatever. And
you weren't 21 your sophomore year of college. Is that what you said?
I said freshman year and sophomore year, you're not. That's when I think I turned 21, right?
You turned 21 your sophomore year of college?
Unless I'm doing it wrong.
I was 19 my sophomore year of college.
I turned 19 my freshman year of college.
Okay.
So
yeah, because you have a summer birthday, Alan. He's got like a fall birthday, so
yeah, I turned 19 right when I had freshman year.
You turned 18 your senior year. You were 17 going at the beginning of the year, and then of high school, and then turned 18.
I was
September,
16 going on 17 in high school.
I don't know. Regardless, it was either my first 2 years of college or my first 3 years of college. I was, slumming it, drinking the sweet stuff to get drunk, and I was okay with that.
Well, but you made it through. And now
Barely.
You're no longer the Orloff guy or the Carlo Rossi guy or the whatever. You've gotten rid of all those dumb nicknames, and now you're just Poundcake.
I'm the White Claw guy.
Oh God, he is. He's the White Claw guy. So there's been a steady decline from college to where we are now.
Well, it's their fault. 151 could have had my business. I would have totally been like a 151 spokesperson wearing the little Bacardi, bottle as a costume.
You should have written them a sternly worded letter.
I don't know why they got rid of it. That was my stuff. 151 and grape juice. It tastes just like wine. Stir it on up with a butter knife.
Stir it up with a butter knife.
Stir it up with a butter knife.
These two are never going to mix on their own. I need to stir it up with a thin piece of metal.
Fumes just
to make sure that all of the hydrogen and oxygen molecules can mix properly.
It melts your eyebrows. It's perfect.
I'll take your word for it. I've got a break here. If you'd like to send a text, 35192 to do that. If you want to watch, AlanCoxShow.com. And you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Cleveland's biggest party. Will
opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Don't go to bed with no price on your head. No, no. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Yeah. Don't do it. And keep your eye on the sparrow.
Sammy Davis Jr. had the weirdest singing voice. This is him. The song is called Eye of the Sparrow. We're talking about bird people. This is a theme to a TV show called Beretta. It was a cop show in the 70s. This is on when I was very young, but I remember... Don't do it. I remember Beretta being in reruns when I was a little kid. The guy who was in it was a guy named Robert Blake. He had been a child actor, been an actor his whole life. He was one of the Little Rascals, in fact. Last few years of that show, Our Gang, the Little Rascals, Robert Blake was a child actor in that show. And he would go on to be in Beretta. He had one of the longest careers in Hollywood. Robert Blake died at 89 years old. He got really, really well known, even by people who didn't know him, when he was accused of killing his wife about 20 years ago. And that accusation really kind of overshadowed the rest of his career because he was in court accused of killing a woman named Bonnie Lee Bakley. Had been outside a restaurant, and the accusation was that he left her there but then went to get a gun and came back. And so I don't know that he ever had a comeback. But again, this is also the downside of these actors who in real life present themselves as real tough guys. Robert Blake was always wanted you to know what a tough guy he was. I don't know if he had Napoleon syndrome or what it was, but he's a tough guy. And then you get accused of something like killing your wife, and all of a sudden you're like acting like a mouse in court. You're not a tough guy. You've built your whole career and your personality on being a tough guy. And that's probably what led to the fact that he probably did shoot his wife. But they found him not guilty. Her family sued him for $30 million, and he had to file for bankruptcy. But he was earlier in his career, he was a big deal. He was in the film version of In Cold Blood, which was a very, very popular book that they turned into a very successful movie. But they said that he died of heart disease. And that trial was, you figure not even 10 years after O.J. This was another trial. Robert Blake accused of killing his wife. And, again, he dyed his hair for a long, long time. And when you're accused of something and you have to be in court, they always want you to look as frail as possible. So they told him to stop dyeing his hair. So he let his hair go white. So he'd look like an old man. Every time they put one of these mob bosses on trial or Cosby or anyone, they give him an oxygen tank.
Mm-hmm.
Because a capital murder trial or anything of that nature, it's mostly theater. It's trying to get some kind of empathy from the jury or whatever. So they want the defendant to, my wife and I were, Gwen more than me, she kind of brought me into it. She was transfixed by that Alex Murdaugh murder trial. That lawyer who killed his family and, they just found him guilty of whatever. And she had watched a documentary on it. And then when we were home over the weekend, I think might be when the guilty verdict came down. Because we were off last Friday because of the Guardians game. And I think it was that day the verdict came down. So we're just watching that coverage. And it's all these people from the town that are outside the courtroom. I'm like, would you go and stand in front of a courtroom because a guy you knew was on trial? Like, I don't know. All of these people standing outside the courtroom waiting for the verdict. Like, get it on TV like everybody else.
Yeah, they want to be there for the live event.
And then what?
I don't know. You go,
yay!
Whoa, yeah.
Time to go home. I just thought it was really weird. So Robert Blake, one of the not every celebrity trial is about a murder. You had O.J., you had Phil Spector, who was found guilty, but Robert Blake was not found guilty. And he had been an actor his entire life. And he said that America was the only family he ever had. But he was adamant that he did not kill his wife. I don't remember what he said happened. But they had, they laid the whole story out, that their marriage had been very tumultuous and all this stuff. And the jury ultimately acquitted him, but her family sued him. And they had one kid that was like raised by a relative or something. So anyway, he was a child actor, and then he was in The Treasure of the Sierra Madre with Humphrey Bogart, and, back in the day. But Beretta is what I remember Robert Blake from. But I'm probably the only person here who remembers that.
Yes.
Yep. Cosign.
So, I always there was a show about World War II or fighter pilots or something. That had this actor, Robert Conrad, on it. There was a show called Baa Black Sheep when I was a kid. And Robert Conrad was another one of these actors who wanted everybody to know what a tough guy he was. And he died a couple of years ago. And I would always confuse him with Robert Blake. But Robert Conrad was on a lot of shows back in the day. But anyway, let me go back to Sammy Davis Jr.'s voice.
It's a very strange voice.
Very, very odd. Because it was kind of throaty, kind of Kermit the Froggy.
Yeah.
Quality to it.
No, don't do it.
Hey, Trey Romano.
Right.
Don't do the crime.
They reboot Beretta.
Can't do the time. Yeah. Don't do it.
Don't do the crime.
And
Man.
keep your eye on the sparrow.
The bird.
When the gold
The Beretta was a bird guy. He had a pet cockatoo in the TV show Beretta. And so he's a tough guy with a cockatoo. Now, it was the 70s, so I don't think they were making jokes like, hey, this guy's got a big cockatoo. I think that would have never gotten past standards and practices. But it was on his shoulder all the time and making noise. Here's your cockatoo. Yeah. I had always heard that, Sammy Davis Jr. made a big deal about the fact that he was black and Jewish. I think he might have converted or whatever. But I had always heard that he was, Sammy Davis Jr. was a Satanist. And I don't know if that was true or not. But I always liked that story more than he was a Jewish guy. Because, I don't know. They need more celebrity Satanists is what I'm trying to say. It's just a different vibe.
It shakes things up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who would you like to see? What celebrity would you like to see come out as a Satanist?
Melissa McCarthy.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Any one of them, frankly. I mean, it doesn't even have to, if you know this, Satanists don't worship Satan. They just, you're kind of your own God, right? Nobody's going to tell you what to do, and you're not beholden to the whatever.
I'd like Keanu
the nonsense
Reeves.
of religion. Keanu, yeah, I could see that. I'm thinking of somebody that you absolutely couldn't see. I don't know. Ashton Kutcher. As like if I don't know.
That could be like a family affair. It could be him and Mila Kunis, and then like the exes, Demi Moore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Get Bruce Willis involved.
Like if Kevin Bacon came out and said, I'm a longtime Satanist. That would be wild, because Kevin Bacon's like, America's cool uncle. But I don't know. I've got some kids' corner here.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner!
Mm-hmm. A guy who, it's important to remember that all this right-wing groomer nonsense is always projection. A guy who spray painted the word groomer on a number of libraries was arrested and found with child porn. A 31-year-old guy in Maryland who was an elementary school librarian who spray painted the word groomer on other libraries. Maybe this was just like library turf war.
Yeah.
And he was trying to, but it's not like you're going to put a library.
He's like, no, this is my library now. I'm the groomer. This is my library.
Just tagging it.
Mark his territory.
Yeah.
But it's not like you're going to put a library out of business, I
thought they were all out of business, honestly.
No, libraries are booming. What are you talking
They
about?
got digital libraries. They don't need can I have a library card?
Go into the library right down here, man. The downtown branch of the Cleveland Public Library, it's hopping.
I don't know if it's the Lakewood Library or the Rocky River Library, but one of them is really nice and it looks really new.
The Lakewood one is pretty new and it's very nice. And even my sister worked at the Rocky River one for years.
Because one of them is right by my eye doctor, and I parked in their parking lot. I was like, damn, I know there's not this many people here like reading books.
When we lived in Ohio City,
we use the computers and stuff too.
When we lived in Ohio City, we lived across the street from the Ohio City branch of the Cleveland Public Library.
I just can't believe that there's that, I know people read.
Why?
But
It's one thing to not believe it, but you sound disgusted.
I'm not disgusted.
You sound disgusted
I'm not
that
disgusted.
people. No, you go. Ugh! Can't believe people are going to the library.
Because I don't know one person. People are lying to themselves that they're like, I go to the library once or twice a week. It's not a necessity. It's a luxury.
It's a luxury to
get a free library card.
Books?
No, but you don't have to physically go there. That's what I'm saying. It's not busy with occupancy. Like people can check out books. You can get them mailed to you. You don't have to step foot in that building.
They don't mail them to you. No, but the barriers to access for libraries, to your point, I think you're trying to make, have come down. Like you can get on a digital waiting list, and they'll email you when the book you want is in, and things like that. Yeah,
so they'll give you access to apps like Overdrive where you can get ebooks and stuff like that. So yes, there is that, but there's a lot of people. I mean, when my kids were little, we go to the library every single week.
And libraries,
every single week.
City libraries have always kind of been at the forefront of technology in that way. You go to a library, they were always the first to adopt some new way of consuming information.
My sister is a librarian, and she works at a library in Texas now, and her job in the Texas library is to teach people to use VR. That is her job.
Yeah.
People come in and say, how do I do this? And she teaches people how to use virtual
Well, yeah, because they've banned all the books in Texas, so now they switched her over to virtual reality.
Right.
When I was a kid.
Hey, so now see, VR is where we're going to have books from now on. So
when I was a kid, our libraries were popping. Like that was where all the little hood kids would go, like myself, who had dial-up internet, and my mom would be like, "Nope, don't be on the internet while I'm asleep. Don't be on the internet all day. I'm expecting a call. You can't be tying up the phone lines." So we would go to the library to use their high-end internet, and it was always such a long wait. I imagine, I don't know for a fact, so I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but it was so bad to the point where they had to create a computer lab where all the little hood kids would go just to get on the computer, and then they could leave the people who wanted to quietly read in the library alone. Because I imagine we were probably loud or just like not there to read.
A lot of people don't have access to computers, so they need the library.
Well, still.
But this guy was a school librarian who had been spray painting groomer in other libraries, and they searched his house and they found child pornography. 31-year-old guy who looks exactly the way you think he'd look. They went to his home and they found numerous diapers, children's dolls, and a child-sized doll in his bed. They said he had no children, nieces, or nephews.
Oh boy, that's real.
And they
creepy.
found child porn on his laptop. But, of course, he's the one out there spray painting groomer on stuff because that's the way it works.
He's projecting.
Of course, always projection. I was reading about Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who's trying to loosen up child labor laws in Arkansas. She's the governor of Arkansas now.
Put those
and
little
she's
bastards to work.
Of course. We have too many protection. This is the pro-life party, right? We have too many labor protections for children. Imagine that sentence coming out of your mouth and then signing it into law. Oh, these damn kids. Why can't we have little kids working? Because they found that out too, right? There was somebody was taking photos undercover, and they had to blur out these kids' faces. They had hard hats on and vests. This company in Wisconsin had 100 kids working in meat processing plants, overnight shifts. And these are probably poor families. So they're like, son, you got to go to work. I mean, we need money and This company they had to pay $1 million in penalties. They're like, oh, gee, where are we going to get that? So, yeah, you've got her in Arkansas going, we have too many laws protecting kids. But because they need to flood the labor market with cheap workers. That's what they need. There's zero coincidence, by the way, that the states that are doing these are also pro-forced birth. They need the next generation of slaves. That's what they need. It's very dystopic out there right now. So she's like, we need more kids working. Vermont banned child marriage, and West Virginia voted to not ban child marriage. So really, there's never been a better time to be a kid. You can get married, you can have a job, you can really be living the American dream all before the age of 10. Courtesy of the pro-life people there in Wisconsin and West Virginia and Arkansas. I'll tell you one thing. This is making Sarah Huckabee Sanders way less hot to me. Way less hot. I didn't think she could do it. But trying to loosen up the child labor laws. Now, see, I'm a different breed of cat. If I could work when I was 10, I would have gone to work. I would have loved to have had a job when I was 10. Now I'm 51. I'd love to be out there flying kites. So I kind of have gone backwards. I was like 40 when I was in kindergarten, and I've kind of gone the other way. But yeah, they had all these photos of these kids that didn't know they're being photographed, but they would have to blur them because they were very, very underage in like hazardous conditions, working meat processing plants.
Eat like your kids work here. Keep us in business.
Yeah. Hard hats and, Timmy, get over there and hose down that sluice, will you? Oh, boy.
It's not really a floor. It's more of a metal grate where the meat can kind of sluice through.
That's right. The killing floor. So there's a lot of fun stuff going on out there for kids. Hey, Josh.
Hey, how you doing?
How are you?
Pretty good. You know, trying to look at things objectively and obviously not condoning, this gentleman's behavior and especially his possession of child pornography and things like that. But just to provide additional perspective, who's to say that this gentleman wasn't, groomed by some type of librarian in the public library system or something like that, when he was younger. And obviously, because of the things that occurred in his childhood, this is exacerbated to, now the things that he's doing and perhaps trying to show some of this to other people by spray painting groomer on there and things like that. Just a thought.
Josh, are you falling down a flight of steps?
I was gonna say.
No, I actually just walked out of my barn. I'm getting ready to get my kids off the bus.
All right. Well, you go get them, Josh.
Oh, I will, certainly.
Right. Thank you, pal.
You guys have a great day.
You too. There's Josh on Canton.
Sounds
That's
like
a
he's
weird thing to.
Well, listen, this
Sounds
guy,
like he's had therapy.
this guy. If some information comes out like that, then that would, of course, that would be interesting. But this guy wasn't calling out a person. He was spray painting groomer on libraries that weren't his own. He didn't spray paint it on his own. Yeah, that's an odd suggestion, but whatever. Well, a lot of information could still come to light. There's a very prominent TV doctor out in L.A. who got picked up for child porn. They picked him up a couple of years ago, but they just sentenced him to probation. Imagine that.
Why would
just
they
probation.
Just do that?
This is a guy who, I remember this guy being on TV in L.A., Dr. Bruce Hensel, a very well-known TV doctor. He was on Channel 7. They'd have him on syndicated shows. He's a very telegenic, good-looking dude. He asked a 9-year-old daughter of a friend for nude pictures. And it completely removed this guy's career from, it took him off TV and everything else. And he apologized for everything in the courtroom.
No jail time.
How do you spell it?
Well, here's the thing, though. I wonder if the family went to bat for him because he and the dad hugged in court because they were friends. And at some point, the daughter's like, hey, Dr. Bruce is asking me for naked pictures. Hensel.
Okay. Bruce Hensel had nothing to say as he walked out of jail in downtown Los Angeles.
It's time to take charge of your health with Dr. Bruce Hensel. Dr. Bruce Hensel.
Hensel was a medical correspondent for KNBC for nearly 3 decades.
I'm Dr. Bruce Hensel.
Also known for answering viewer questions on the station's Ask Dr. Bruce segment. The 71-year-old now facing a felony charge. The LA District Attorney's Office alleges Hensel asked a 9-year-old girl to send him sexually suggestive pictures.
Did you know the girl? What do you have to say to her family?
Prosecutors allege the victim is the daughter of an acquaintance.
Yeah, sure is. And the girl's dad and Dr. Bruce were hugging it out in court. He was referred to as the preeminent health journalist in America. What the hell's going on with TV doctors? Dr. Oz, this guy.
What's wrong with Dr. Oz? What did he do?
I got to take a break. If you want to send a text for something, 35192. I'll have those Weezer tickets for you on the way back. They're coming through to do Blossom in June if you want to go.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you
on 100.7 WMMS.
35192, send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live. Thank you to Bucket Mulroney for helping out today back there, video department. Well, it's not long now. Tomorrow night we'll be premiering our brand new metal show here on MMS. Very excited to do it. It is called 2 Hours to Midnight. I'm your host along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. Three of us going to throw down for you week to week from 10 to midnight. Nothing but metal. Each one of us throw in a handful of songs that we dig, and we'll throw them out for you. We'll intersperse some of you local bands who submit things to me. If you just have a request, maybe something you haven't heard in a long, long time. Doesn't matter how obscure, you can send it. The email address is 2htm@wmms.com. We also have a Facebook page, too. But tomorrow night and Saturdays, 10 to midnight, all metal, back on MMS. Stoked to do it. You know, we have a lot of bureau chiefs in the great state of Maine, and there's always big doings in Maine. I think a lot of people forget them because they're up there at the tippy top. But, you know, we have Scott in York, Maine. We have a bunch of people in Portland, Maine. That's a college town. And someone with vegan license plates, like, I shouldn't say vegan license plates, somebody who is vegan and had vanity license plates, had them approved and then removed from the state of Maine. They gave them to him, and then they took them back, which is bad news if you're a vegan, because as you know, vegans can't stand for you to not know that they're vegan. So they'll have a vanity license plate, or they'll have stickers all over the back of their car or whatever. But this is just patently unfair. Guy gets a vanity plate that says love tofu. LUVTOFU. Now, first off, it's misleading because nobody loves tofu. You tolerate tofu, but obviously it's be impossible to get tolerate on there. So LUV tofu. State of Maine says that's fine. You know, we've all seen these lists of vanity plates and combinations of letters and numbers that for whatever reason, states will go, nope, can't have this. And some of them are pretty egregious. Some of them are very obvious why you can't have it. Others are really silly. And they told him that they were going to rescind his vanity plates.
Is it too close to I love to F?
Love to F you is what they, and he's like, I love tofu. He's first of all trying to convince him that he loves tofu. So maybe they were just figured they were doing him a favor. But he's not alone. They've recalled almost 300 plates that they initially. See, I think, first of all, the list is dumb. Just the initial list is really, really stupid. If maybe there's something rather than, they're looking at this the wrong way, rather than trying to be the arbiter of what other people might think is offensive. If somebody has a vanity plate like that in any state, just charge them exorbitantly more for it. Just say, you can have that. You can have, I eat, whatever, you know. But it's going to cost you $500 or whatever. And they go, let's see how much you want it. Because it's arbitrary. Who cares? Even if it's an appropriate or even if it's an offensive vanity plate, who cares? Who gives a rat's ass?
People care. People get worked up over dumb things. So.
Yeah, they do, but I don't care about that either. Like if let's say I have a vanity plate and somebody finds it offensive. That's got nothing to do with my life.
They should cost
you find it offensive. Well, that
they
you find it. I don't care if you find it offensive. It's my license plate. It's not your license plate. I'm offended by your Jesus stickers. How do you like that? I'm not telling you to take them off your car because it's your car. But this guy is one of 300 people who had his vanity plate removed by the state of Maine. He was offered another license plate, V3GAN. Still, everybody would still know you were vegan. That's the most important part. But he said, nah, I'm done with the vanity plates. So he opted for a random one. But even if it was love to F you, who cares? You could say, no, I love tofu.
No, I love tofu. Yeah.
Tofu's great. But listen, and just think of all the revenue you could generate for these states. You don't. You have to put all your eggs in the pot basket, by the way. I mean, you go, yeah, you can have a potentially or patently offensive vanity plate. It will just cost you a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they should start at $6,000.
Now, why 6,000? That just arbitrary?
Yeah, just a nice
round
high
number.
Amount. Yeah, it's a ridiculously high, but the people that really want it, I think, would pay it.
Yes. So,
and then for every letter you have to, like, be clever with, where you use a number, that's an extra $500.
Oh, if you mix it up, you have to. Yeah, okay.
Like the V3 GAN, that's gonna be $6,500 because you're using a 3 instead of an E.
You know, in Ohio, they rejected about 800 ideas last year, from MURD3R, clearly trying to spell murder, to UGH, FML, to Antifa. Who cares? Even if it's referring to, just charge them a lot of money.
You know, you do PFFFFFFT.
We can't get onomatopoeia on that. Yeah, on that license plate. So why not? Yeah, I don't know why not. You know, if you want to have a "Let's Go Brandon" vanity plate, why not? Who cares? All these things should be fair game. Because, you know, they're just running them through a computer. It's not like Patty and Selma are sitting there at the DMV checking off lists of stuff. They're running it through some kind of program that flags anything that might even be. That's why Stripper Scott is the smartest out of all of us.
With his badge lover.
That's right.
That
his
is pretty
famous workaround.
Isn't it in, what is it, New Hampshire? Or where they just let people do offensive ones?
That I don't know.
We talked about it a few years ago.
Did we?
Yeah, because there's an Instagram account where they have all these wild custom license plates.
Okay. Well, isn't New Hampshire's state, the New Hampshire state slogan used to be "Live Free or Die." So I don't know how you can have that.
I thought that was a James Bond.
You're thinking of "Live and Let Die." Live free or die. How are you going to have that and then tell people they can't have their vanity plates? Yeah, I don't know if New Hampshire lets you do anything you
want. It was
want.
one of those northeastern states. I'm not sure if it was New Hampshire.
Okay. Well, that is a northeastern state.
Mm-hmm.
But no, in New Hampshire, you'll receive a letter by mail telling you that your vanity plate is denied. So they have a lot of rejected plates there. Pro 420, PRO 420 got rejected because it's a reference to marijuana. Who cares? That's practically legal in just about every state.
Say, get your money at least, state.
That's what I'm saying.
For everything.
Yeah.
I think it's Maine.
Maine. Well, we were just talking about Maine.
Yeah.
That was the state that was
okay.
They got vegan or love to FU.
What is there fun to do in Maine other than eat lobster? Like, does Maine have any like party places?
Well, I mean, Portland is a college town.
Okay.
What are you trying to go to the club in Maine?
Yeah, I don't.
I
I
don't think
never
that's
hear.
really their vibe. I'm sure there's plenty of drinking.
There's a lot of moose.
Yeah.
You like moose?
You can.
It's the end of the Appalachian Trail. Maybe you could start in Maine and hike the Appalachian Trail.
Doesn't that go all the way into like what, West Virginia?
Yeah. Way down. But
down.
It's either starts or ends in Maine.
Interesting.
So, yeah, there's things to do. Hey, listen, Maine is making, they're throwing it out at all the LL Bean stores, by the way. Maine is making lobster lotion now. So, you know, one of the most important things I can tell you is to moisturize. Bill knows this. I know this. You got to moisturize. And Maine's lobster lotion is now getting rolled out at all the LL Beans. So think about that. Have you ever noticed, everybody focuses on the lobster shell. Have you ever noticed how supple a lobster's skin is? If you really get in there, oh, come on. So LL Bean stores are going to start selling lobster lotion. Now, I don't know if you can use it on a lobster. But there is a protein in it that helps lobsters heal wounds and regenerate claws.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not it'll have the same effect on people, I don't know. I don't know if it'll help you regenerate your claws. It might be worth looking into. So when we send Poundcake to Maine, those of you who listen in that state, just kind of give us a quick rundown of the best things to do there. My wife and I have had conversations past couple of years of just driving up the eastern seaboard and ending in Maine and then coming back down. But
ending in Maine as if you have a choice. He's like, hey, we're going to end in Maine. Yeah.
Well, you could start there and come down. I mean, you could fly to Maine and drive down, and, you know.
Okay.
But you end up you have to do a loop, I guess. But you could go kayaking. I know how much you love kayaking.
Never been kayaking.
You've never gone kayaking.
Nah, that's...
Well, then maybe you do love it.
That's hella white people.
You don't know.
Bruh.
I'm scared. You know, there's plenty of black people who go kayaking.
Name 2.
Frank and Jenny.
They don't even sound like black names.
I had a black neighbor named Frank.
Yeah, I do have a
black names that kayak.
You can go on a moose safari up there. You can...
Moose safari.
Moose is scary. Is it moose or...
Moosin'.
Mooses?
They're in the woods.
Moose.
The woods in it.
Moose scare me.
Why?
So the plural of
Have you
moose
ever
is
seen
moose.
one?
My uncle recorded one when he was oh never mind, that was an elk. But aren't they like the same size?
I don't know. An elk and a moose, yeah, probably.
Moose and elk, they're just massive creatures, and
I mean, you don't want to get real close to them, but I mean, they're pretty majestic. He recorded a moose.
Yeah, because he was.
Does it sound like this? They have amazing voices if you get up close.
Yeah, he went elk watching in Colorado, I think he was.
Yeah.
He was up in the mountains where the air was real thin, and he saw elk. I'm like, why would you want to sit there and just watch elk?
By the way, little known fact about elk watching. And you can also, great place to do it is in the Great Smokies. If you ever find yourself in North Carolina, great elk watching there. But a lot of people don't stop to think about when you're doing elk watching, you know what those elk are doing?
People watching.
People watching. And it's really that communing with nature that makes it such a great place to live.
All right, this is kind of an adjacent question, but why are there like the different lodges with different animals? Like there's the Elks Lodge, there's the Eagles Lodge. I think there's, all those different lodges. How do they assign the animal?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. The Loyal Order of the Moose, you mean stuff like that? Like how do they pick the animal?
Right.
I don't know.
Do they ever change the animal?
I don't know.
Did they ever bring one of the animals in to hang out?
Hey, here's
Elks Lodge, like,
here's Bertram the Moose. Yeah, no, I don't know. Couldn't tell you about that. I know there's a town in Illinois called Moose Heart, Illinois, and that's where the Loyal Order of the Moose is based. That's where their headquarters is. So maybe they just named it after the town. But I don't know.
That sounds likely.
That might be a little bit too easy of an explanation. The Elks Club began as a social club in New York City. Boy, think about that, because it's kind of associated with kind of maybe more rural areas sometimes. But Elks Club began in New York City.
Well, maybe when it began, New York was still kind of rural.
But in order to become a member, you had to believe in God. That was a prerequisite for membership. And
do the elk know that? It's named after me, but I can't be in because I don't know what God is.
It would be really cool if the elk was what they thought was God. Like they ended up just worshiping the elk.
Almost like Hindu with cows.
Well, cows are sacred, yeah. But like if the elk is sacred to
sacred,
yeah, I don't know. Not sure how they got to that point.
And are there other ones like there's moose, there's elk, I've heard of eagles. Are there like rat lodges? Are there muskrat lodges?
I don't know about that.
Raccoon lodges?
Muskrat Susie, Muskrat Sam did the jitterbug out in Muskrat Land. I don't know.
Porcupine?
I've never delved into the lodges, as it were. But I don't know what you have to do to be. There's an Elks Lodge in Parma. Maybe we have some Parmanians who can tell us how things work. But I don't know. We got our after-hours line up and running again. You'll leave us voicemails, 216-986-8903.
Alan, this is Greg, not from Elyria. I love you. How do I get rid of this? This is stupid. I don't know how to... Can I delete this? So, listen, I'm drunk. Just wanted to say hi. Wanted to say I love you. I love you.
You can hear the moment that he wishes he hadn't left a voicemail.
Yeah, he
That's my
goes,
favorite
oh,
part.
I messed up.
How do I delete this? Now, the after-hours line back in the day on this show was just the drunk dial line. So maybe he's going back. Maybe he is an old-school drunk dial line user. And so he has that as soon as he gets drunk,
That's what
he has that response. Picks up the phone and leaves a...
I mean, it's after hours.
Yeah.
And it's open during hours, too, so you can just call it any time. So, I mean, we get... Political Joe usually calls when he's drunk.
Yes.
So there is that precedent.
He does.
I love you. How do I get rid of this? This is stupid. I don't know how to... Can I delete this?
Hey, I really want to get rid of this. Hey, Malia.
Hi.
Is it
Can you guys hear
Malia?
me?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What's up?
So I'm a biologist, and you guys were talking about mooses and orcas the other day. And a fun fact, I don't know if you guys knew, but a predator of mooses are orcas.
All right. Hey, Malia, I'm having a really hard time taking you serious as a biologist because you keep calling them mooses.
Is it mooses?
I'm not sure.
Oh, well, you're the scientist, Malia. I'm deferring to you. I thought it was moose.
I thought it was just moose.
She's like,
I'm just nervous.
she's like, fun fact about the mooses. Oh, come on. All right, well, tell me a fun fact about the moose.
Well, they commonly feed on aquatic vegetation and will swim between islands. So a common predator of theirs are orca whales.
Will they just swallow a moose whole?
Yeah, or they'll feed on carcasses of moose that drown in the water. It's pretty interesting.
Now, do you think that the whales would know the proper plural of the word moose? Do you think that they would be any information there on the... You're not a marine biologist, are you?
No, I'm a freshwater biologist, so that's out of my realm.
That's the problem.
unfortunately.
Elk live on the land. Moose, rather, live on the land. She's a freshwater biologist. So when it comes to saltwater, you're at a loss.
Yes.
That's where your expertise
that is not my
ends.
field.
It's the same, but
Yes,
with salt
that's
in it. And she goes, I'm sorry. Sodium chloride is where I draw the line. I got nothing to do with it. Okay, thank you, Malia. I appreciate
Thank you, Malia. It is
appreciate the information.
The only correct plural of moose is moose. People sometimes add an S to moose, but that is incorrect.
Did you ever think that there would come a day on this program where we would inform a scientist of information that we had that they didn't have?
I think about that every day.
Are we pretty dopey on this show? Indubitably. Nevertheless, who could have foreseen a time when a scientist would call us and we'd say, put your sorries in a sack, mister. Why don't you get back to the fresh water and leave the mooses to us. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. If you want to go see Kevin Hart, He's bringing his tour to the Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton in a bit, and I'll get you a couple of tickets for that coming back. Listen wherever you are, by the way, too, on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
My physical therapist was so hot that I was totally
credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan is giving some stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Kevin Hart, Emmy and Grammy nominated comedian and actor Kevin Hart. He's on the Reality Check tour, and it'll bring him to Canton. Tom Benson, Hall of Fame Stadium. Big gig. Thursday, May the 18th, if you want to go see him. HOFvillage.com for the details. You got tickets, info, all that stuff, while they have them. You'll get the last pair from me this week. Good luck. May 18th, Kevin Hart in Canton. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? 'Cause we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Rolling out the new metal show here on The Buzzard tomorrow night. Been talking about it a lot because I'm excited. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. 2 hours of metal. Me and Corey Roddick, Pat Butler. Tomorrow night, I will be posting the playlists, by the way. We can't podcast it for obvious reasons, but I'll be posting the playlist on the 2 Hours to Midnight Facebook page. And if you want to submit anything, your band, or just, hey, play this, 2htm@wmms.com be the email. Tomorrow night, 10 o'clock. Looking forward to it. Hey, Mike from the west coast of Ohio.
Hey, Alan, hate the show.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it.
Where is the registered sex offender Mary when you need her when a story like this comes up? Really?
You mean sex defender?
Registered sex defender.
Oh, registered sex defender. Oh, I see. Yeah. I thought you said I thought you called her a sex offender.
Well, same thing, right?
Okay.
I wanted to add a little perspective. You guys were talking about that groomer librarian thing, and it's just really sad to hear all these people trying to scapegoat reasons why libraries and education system isn't grooming our children and just destroying our country. I find it just so odd that just because somebody can't tell the difference between grifting propaganda, aimed at building your own power and wealth and taking it from everybody else and triggering emotions, just because somebody can't understand that doesn't mean they need, a book to read or education.
Mike, what the hell are you talking about? I can usually follow you. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Projection is just a crappy replacement for a television. Am I right?
I see. Well, sure. Why are you talking about film projection, or are you talking about other kinds of projection?
Alan.
Yes, trust me, I'm trying to follow.
Fell down the stairs.
Are you okay? Are you all right?
Oh man.
Are you okay?
Information hit me like a ton of bricks.
Are you okay, Mike?
I'm fine, Alan.
Do I need to call?
Do
I need to call emergency medical assistance or anything?
Well, I don't really trust doctors.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I feel you. All right. Well,
you guys have a great weekend.
Okay. Thank you. There's Mike, who's out there on the west coast of Ohio.
He just called up to just project his pain onto us.
Yes, he did. Michael Rapaport is standing outside my window, by the way. I hope somebody's letting him. Oh, maybe Bill has gone up.
I was like, I can go.
Bill's not in here. I thought maybe I saw his Yukon pull up and he got out. And Michael Rapaport is going to be joining us very soon. But I thought of you, Poundcake, when we were talking about how Tennessee wants to make it illegal to have drag shows. And their lieutenant governor has been leaving likes and fire emojis on some dude's thirst traps on Instagram.
Man.
Because it's always projection. Always, always, always. These guys want to make it illegal. They're calling drag queens groomers and blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
And Randy McNally, very, very close to the name of the map company. Randy McNally is the lieutenant governor of Tennessee, second in command. And he's fully on board with anti-gay legislation, anti-drag legislation, anti-trans. He's fully on board. But boy, he loves this dude on Instagram. He's leaving this 20-year-old dude hearts and fire emojis. A kid named Franklin McClure. He's a kid out of Knoxville, and he's posting a bunch of thirst traps. And the guy's leaving comments like, great picture, best wishes for health and happiness, like pictures of him wearing underwear, but like way up his ass.
Ew,
and
what is this dude wear? Like, that's not even like, okay, so.
The lieutenant governor is liking all of his, posts. And so, yeah, this
dirty
guy.
for searching on this now.
Isn't it wild?
These pictures are like, they're not normal pictures. They're like, he has his underwear all the way down to like the pube line.
But
like
just okay, so when this lieutenant governor in Tennessee is not leaving heart emojis or fire emojis, he's leaving comments. But they're really like, you can turn a rainy day into rainbows and sunshine was one of his comments. Right. So this dude's gay.
As much, okay.
And he's trying to make sure that there's, all this anti-gay legislation getting passed there in Tennessee.
Believe me.
And so they're like, sir, how do you respond to this? And he's like, I'm a very prolific commenter on social media. I'm prolific. Like that's any kind of explanation.
So he did comment on it and saying that it was him.
Well, of course. Okay. It's his handle. But LT Gov McNally with a blue check.
I understand that. And believe me, I love
He didn't deny it was him.
I'm just saying I love a closeted Republican as much as the next guy. But these guys probably have social media handlers, don't you think? Because I think someone could be like, he could have hired an intern.
He would have said that. He would have said, it was someone running my social media account
that's why
that
I had to
commented.
clarify. I had to ask
but
if he...
They didn't say that. He said he just likes to comment and build people up on social media.
He enjoys interacting with constituents and Tennesseans of all religions, backgrounds, and orientations on social media. That's their... Yeah, he just wants to outlaw the way they live their lives, that's all. He loves interacting with constituents. It's just a lot of them he wants to make sure they can go to jail, too.
I hate it.
He must not know that they don't have phones in jail.
See, he's like the dirty old mans that you avoid in the club, but like the young hot Republicans, the ones that have like the sweaters tied around their neck.
This guy follows this kid's Instagram, and then he also, I shouldn't say kid, he's 20, but much younger than the lieutenant governor of Tennessee, and he also follows one of his fan pages.
OnlyFans or a fan?
It says a fan page, I don't know.
But the dude I pulled up, if it's the same guy, he doesn't look like a model or anything. He just looks like a thought. Like
Yeah, it's just thirst traps. He's just posting, I mean, he's living in Knoxville. He's not living the high life.
But the guy doesn't even have like multiple followers. Like
he's got the lieutenant governor of Tennessee on board. He said he's never met the lieutenant governor, but they've been online friends since 2020. He says, I hope that he can extend that kindness by trying to make sure that no laws are passed to hurt anyone like me.
Yeah, he's only got like...
Oh, sure. Well, he will. He'll make sure to pass some laws. I mean, the lieutenant governor obviously doesn't pass laws, but, let's say the governor, he's right there.
Yeah.
Wow. He's like...
That's pretty wild.
So when something like this happens, who just goes back? Did the guy that he was commenting on say that he was commenting on his photos, or did someone go back and look at his like Instagram stuff?
I think somebody said something about it, and then like the local paper got into it or something, and but. And again, there's no shame on that side anymore, so nobody has to explain anything. This guy just go, well, I don't care.
I
Who
like
cares?
commenting.
Yeah, I'm a prolific social media commenter.
I'm an
you know me.
3,500. He liked the DL dudes.
I also like that he was just saying no cap and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's talking like the kids.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Someone is doing his Instagram.
No, then he didn't. If that's the case, he said it's him.
Calling the guy a bad bitch and things like that. I mean, this guy really wants to meet this kid. He just can't come right out and say it. If he had DM'd him, and this dude is not going to go, oh, yeah, he's been blowing me up for a while. But this is going to get this kid more followers.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's only got like 3,400. So this guy, the lieutenant governor, got him quick. When he posted the thirst trap, that means his algorithm was already on like shirtless, pube showing dudes, and they're like, "Ooh, who's this guy?"
The old pube showing dude.
It is. You always know the ones.
I guess young pube showing dudes.
The just before you get to some staff,
I know what
some shaft.
I know what they're doing because the guys show like just a little bit of pubes, but not too much. Like it's like 4 pubes, and I'm like, you're trying to get people.
Can you just show 4 pubes?
Like you get.
Is that a thing?
Because it's like right at
that
the
would require
line,
tweezers.
Right when it starts to get a little shadowy, like right when the hair starts to turn real dark. I'm like, you a thirst trap.
Well, they're dealing with this kind of thing out in Wadsworth. They're doing a drag queen story hour or something out in Wadsworth, and the city approved the permit. But Wadsworth, they're going to have all kinds of trouble out there.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, we just are going to do My thing is, because now drag queen story hour has become a movement to prevent discrimination or whatever. But I'm not clear how that got started. How did that even become a thing? I mean,
they were coming to schools. Drag queens were.
Yeah, but
were
what was the first place to do that? Who thought, hey, we should have drag queens come to school and read to kids?
It probably started in, I don't know, I would guess a very gay.
Because I don't think anybody,
city.
I don't think anybody, even in the drag community, thought that it was going to get to be like a political flashpoint, where now places are doing it, and every place they do it, by the way. Even if these places have a permit, even if the city goes, yeah, that's fine. They get a bunch of Proud Boy dopes or whatever showing up, armed to the teeth, and then everybody gets freaked out. So I don't know how this is going to lay out in Wadsworth. I think you can probably roll the dice and figure out, but it seems like a lot of these places now just do it because they're like, well, I mean, it is a First Amendment issue, but a lot of these places do it just to get it done. Rather than, nobody wants to get hurt when they're out at these places. But I don't know. I was thinking about it because you see these stories all the time now. And I'm like, how did that become a thing?
I'm glad I got it.
I mean, we didn't have drag queen story hour when I was a kid.
Hell, no.
I mean, kind of. You went to mass.
Yeah, that is true.
The priests were wearing the dresses.
They had the cassocks and the whole thing. And even me, I was an altar boy in good standing for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't wear makeup, but I did tuck because I felt that there's a lot of sitting and standing and kneeling and the whole thing. Most of Catholic Church has a lot of calisthenics, and so I thought, well, maybe the tucking is going to make it easier for me to do what I need to do. Here's some Wadsworthians.
Instinctively recognize this as an unacceptable harm to children.
I don't consider myself a bigot, but I do consider myself a protector of children.
If a woman can,
nobody does consider themselves a bigot. If you got up there and were like, I'm a bigot, and here's what I don't like, I respect that. Everybody goes, I'm not racist, but
yeah,
I don't consider myself a bigot, but I hate everybody who's not like me.
Right, and also, if you consider yourself a protector of children, why start with, I don't consider myself a bigot. I'm a protector of children, and I use bigotry to get that done.
Well, then go vote against repealing child labor laws. Then,
yeah, right.
Go vote against.
Not trying to protect them that way.
Go vote against child marriage.
No, not that one. Not trying to do that.
Oh, not
one.
that one.
We're trying to protect kids from things that aren't threats.
I see.
That's how you look like. It's like the episode of The Simpsons where Lisa's trying to explain to Homer that she's got a rock that keeps tigers away, and she's like, "You don't see any tigers around, do you?" And he's like, "All right, I'm gonna buy your rock because it's about immigration." And they're all like, talking about how they use illegal immigration as a distraction method to from real problems. And they go, and then Lisa explains that I have this rock that repels tigers, and Homer's like, yeah. He's like, how's it work? And she's like, it doesn't. But you don't see any tigers around, do you? And he's like,
right.
Lisa, I'd like to buy you a rock.
Because I don't want any tigers around me either.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they caught a big tiger that they found out was on cocaine.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
Near Cincinnati?
Cincinnati.
Yeah, and it wasn't a Bengals player.
Bill Squire, March 31st and April 1st at the
Funny Stop.
Funny Stop.
It's the most important.
Brain fart there. Yeah, they found this huge tiger that had gotten out of some guy's apartment. That's why it was on cocaine.
I'm not even going to ask.
It's over at the Cincinnati Zoo now. You're not going to ask what?
Like, who has a tiger in their apartment, and how could they keep a tiger in their apartment?
He's a cokehead. It's probably, you had it on a leash, you know. I mean, it's out
Was
of
it a
his
tiger?
board.
I thought it was just like a big cat.
Serval cat is what they call it. But it's like a big cat. They thought it was a leopard.
Mm-hmm.
And so now it's at the zoo. But it's a big cat.
That's a good way to get people to come to the zoo, though. You want to go see the cocaine tiger.
The cocaine cat.
Hey, golly, will you look at that? Get down here, everybody. It's a cocaine cat.
So after they removed the big cat from the tree it was in, they took it back to the Cincinnati Animal Care Shelter. Suffered a broken leg during the capture. And it's standard operating procedure to do a toxicology report on a loose animal. And so they just did that. They probably weren't expecting to find anything. Oh, maybe it's malnourished. Oh,
Right.
They're like, it's got cocaine in its system. Standard protocol, and it came back positive for cocaine. They also ran a DNA test on it to find out if it was 10% Ashkenazi Jew. No, it was a 100% serval cat, not a hybrid. And so I don't even know if they know whose cat it is, because they're like, we didn't charge anybody because I don't know that they know who it is. But I guess they got to find out. So I wonder if zoos need every bit of marketing help they can get. And so I think you're right. If they say, hey, everybody, there's the cocaine cat, you'd have to tell your kids what that is. But the story behind it is one of the cat being saved. And you go, well, it's honey, how would we describe cocaine for little Timmy? Well, Timmy, it's, back in the day when your mom and I just started hanging out, it was, well, I digress. Anyway, this cat, they found a little bit of this party powder in his bloodstream. But right down there in Cincinnati, boy, they're wilding down there, aren't they?
Stay wilding down there in Cincinnati.
I mean, they're right by Kentucky, so there's probably a little bleed over that.
And Indiana.
All of it. Cincinnati border Indiana?
Yeah, it's
right in the corner.
Is it?
It's got
I'm
a little
terrible
bit
at
of Indiana
geography,
and
so-
mostly Kentucky.
I was going to say, their airport is in Kentucky. They share it.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, right by Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look at you.
I didn't say nothing to you. Why is my phone going off?
No, I'm terrible at geography, so I didn't know that was right by Warsaw, Indiana. I know somebody from Warsaw, Indiana. Oh, that's Warsaw, Kentucky. Sorry. But there is a Warsaw, Indiana. Anyway, the cocaine cat. They got it. It's fine. Nobody worry about it.
Go visit the
Hey,
zoo.
golly, will you look at that? Get down here, everybody. It's a cocaine cat.
Yeah. Those are the kind of heartwarming stories that we need on a regular basis.
It's a Good Friday
if you
story
ask me.
for sure.
I think so. Can you imagine if somebody had accidentally eaten it on a Friday in Lent? Oh, the outcry.
Is that like a double sin because you ate meat and cocaine?
I don't know if cocaine is a sin.
Double sin.
I mean, the meat. They'd be madder about the meat. You go, well, it was, the meat got me really hopped up. But who knows what trouble could have befallen this animal had they not found it, and then subsequently found out that it had cocaine in there. The big cat expert said, I would rather deal with a tiger. I don't know what that means. That we really thought we had a leopard on our hands. But the cat either escaped from an apartment or a car, they said. What if it wasn't even in a guy's apartment? What did they find out that it was just like in the trunk of a car? Then you have a trunk cocaine cat. So I was almost positive that it was viral marketing for Cocaine Bear. I was like, there's no way it's a coincidence a Cocaine Bear is in theaters and now they have a cocaine cat. I thought for sure somebody was going to, you know how Kevin Hart and Nick Cannon got one over on us. They fooled us.
Oh yeah, we all took that bait.
Oh, I was fooled.
I was like, why didn't they wait till April Fool's?
What's that?
I don't understand why they didn't wait till April Fool's.
You got to strike while the iron's hot. That's not for 4 more weeks. What else is happening on April 1st?
Oh, I will be headlining the Funny Stop Comedy Club.
Oh, just the one night,
Cuyahoga
huh?
Falls. Well, I'll be doing it on Friday night too, March 31st.
2 nights?
Yeah, tickets at billsquire.com.
2 shows each night?
Yes.
Does nobody know how many shows total that is?
It's
Go to
impossible.
funnystop.com and get your tickets. Michael Rapaport is here. He is, as the kids say, in the house. And he's doing a bunch of shows. 2 tonight, 2 tomorrow night at the Cleveland Improv. And so we'll chat with him when we return. I'll have those Scream 6 passes for you, too. Bill saw it, liked it. If you want to go, it opens in theaters everywhere today. And you can be in one of those audiences to see Scream 6. So we'll do that coming back. 35192 on a text for anything else. You can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcasts at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in as the best podcasts take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat milk. It's delicious in coffee, smoothies, cereal, or by the glass. Planet Oat milk tastes every bit as marvelous as the delicious moments it inspires. Pick it up in your local grocery store today.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
We have a winter weather advisory till 7 tomorrow morning. Tonight, snow, low in the upper 20s. Snow ending Saturday morning, mostly cloudy. Rest of the day, high freezing. Sunday, snow changing to rain, high in the upper 30s.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earn double. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all double. Seriously though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
Always the best deals, always the best value.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. Wouldn't it be nice? I want you to look outside right now. Wouldn't it be nice to get out of town for a bit, somewhere sunny? You get yourself an in-house estimate with Window Nation right now. You schedule it, you get it, and you're entered for a chance to win a trip for 2 to Florida, right? The brand new Window Nation windows will be in your home. They'll be waiting for you when you get back, and they're going to look awesome. Not only that, but that's not even going to cut into your vacation budget because you're going to pay nothing for your windows. They'll give you 2 free ones for every 2 you buy, but you don't pay anything for them at all for 2 years. So there's nothing down, there's no monthly, there's no interest at all for 24 months on your brand new Window Nation windows. 866-90-NATION to call them. Make sure you give them my name if you just want to start at windownation.com. Obviously, that's the best place to start. You can get a quote, get these expertly installed, made with only the highest end materials, and your home looks awesome. They have tons of options, and you might get that trip to Florida too. So make sure that you get that in-house estimate right now. WindowNation.com to get all the details. 2 free windows for every 2 you buy. Nothing down, no monthly, no interest for 2 years. 866-90-NATION a call. Give them my name. Or WindowNation.com.
Find out where that back road leads. Take on any challenge. Enjoy every drive like it's an amusement park ride. When you drive the brand ranked #1 in dependability, you stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Whether it's in the Kia Sportage with available all-wheel drive, the powerful K5 with available 290 horsepower, the sporty Forte, or the dynamic and spacious Sorrento. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see what you're capable of behind the wheel of the brand ranked #1 in dependability by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among all brands in the J.D. Power 2022 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Study based on 2019 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2022 details.
Don't let today's higher interest rates stop you from buying your dream home. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. The Federal Reserve is calling for more interest rate increases, but with Third Federal's early approval, you can lock in your mortgage rate now before rates go up again. Only Third Federal's early approval locks in your rate now before you find a house, protecting you from rising interest rates. Early approval is a pre-approval, good for 6 months. And for a limited time, you get $295 off a closing cost. Plus, buy a home with Third Federal this spring, and if rates go down anytime in the next 3 years, you can refinance for free. Early approval ends March 31st. Apply online or call 1-800-3RD-FED today.
The Federal Reserve is calling for more rate increases this year, so lock in today's rate of 6.69%, APR 6.79% on Third Federal's 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, even before you find a home. Rate lock renews automatically the current rate after 60 days or anytime upon request. APR reflects 15% down for $200,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to
podcast.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I got passes for you if you want to check out Scream 6. That is in theaters everywhere today. It's courtesy of Paramount Pictures and Spyglass Media Group. The whole gang moves to New York City. That's the long and the short of it. Scream 6. Go see it wherever it's showing. A couple of passes for you. Caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
To all our men and women in uniform,
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible, horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Were you ever in one of those Scream movies? You've been in everything.
I wasn't in a Scream movie.
Not one Scream movie could squeeze
Scream
you in.
movie. I know.
Michael Rapaport is here. He's in Cleveland. He's an actor. He's a comedian. He's a philosopher. He's a provocateur. And he's probably a hell of a dancer. Are you a good dancer at all? You're a married guy, right? You got to learn.
I'm more of a philosopher than a dancer, and saying I'm a philosopher is a stretch. So.
Well, listen, you are everywhere, though.
Yes.
I hear you on Stern during football season saying awful, awful things to Gary.
Well, you call him Gary. I call him Gorilla.
I know. You call him awful things. It's hilarious.
It's interesting that you call him Gary.
Professional courtesy.
Well, that is not. You're not really understanding that it's actually a monkey. That they brought in from the wilderness and shaved down and trained all these years. So that is a professional courtesy and somewhat of a stretch. But anyway.
That's right. But you have been in some of our favorite films, some of our favorite television shows. I love the show Justified.
Yep.
You were on that. Love Justified. That's coming back. I don't know if you have any part of that, but
you're in an all-time like Chappelle Show sketch. I mean, you got a million things you've done.
Thank you very much.
Is it safe to say that you're getting back to roots by doing stand-up? You moved out west as a young man to do stand-up.
No, I don't look at it like that. I mean, I started out as a stand-up when I was 19. I didn't really know exactly what I wanted to be. I thought I was going to be like a comedian. I wanted to be the next Eddie Murphy. That was my goal.
Yep.
And I thought
everybody did, right?
Everybody did.
Yeah.
I thought I'd be a comedian, a stand-up comedian that went into acting, but I didn't know that I would fall in love with, just dramatic acting and sort of just straight acting.
Were you at all professionally trained? Did
No.
you go through that? Some people are like, it just comes out of me. I have an acumen for it. You didn't you weren't taking Stella Adler class or anything like that.
I would get called in for auditions when I would be on stage being a young, very, very, very raw comedian. And the first time I read scenes to audition, it made more sense than any sport that I had dreamt of playing.
Okay.
And it just was like, I could do this. And I was like, not only could I'm going to do this. I got this. I'm going to do this. And, and then I started getting cast in films and eventually stopped doing stand-up and, fell deeply in love with acting. And then in about 3 or 4 years ago, like probably about a year before the pandemic, I started doing stand-up. And then the pandemic, slowed things down.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, yeah. And then I've been, back doing stand-up. And, I really love it. It's fun. It's unpredictable. It's you're in charge of everything, which is unlike, being an actor, because as an actor, you have to defer to an editor. You have to defer to directors and sometimes, executives.
You might not even make it into the thing.
You might not make it into the thing, or the thing that you wanted to make into the thing doesn't make it into the thing.
Right.
But I still love it. But I love just the sort of the unpredictability of stand-up and the predictability of it, and I also love the fact that it's you're in control. So I really enjoy that, and I love the immediacy of being in front of a crowd is
the
nothing like that.
gratification is the best.
Yeah,
and especially with a guy like you who has such a big personality and has you're somewhat opinionated, I would say.
Yes.
You've made one or two calls on some things.
You can go up on stage and you can you're gonna get a reaction out of the crowd one way or the other. And it's very fun to watch. And I mean, just you're an actor that has made a name for himself just being a personality.
Yeah.
Which I think is pretty rare, because a lot of times, it's everybody thinks the person on the screen is who they are.
Yeah.
You have your own personality that people they hear Michael Rapaport, they hear your voice on the radio right now. They know who that is.
Yeah. That part of my career, that part of my arsenal, that part of my persona was really uncalculated. The social media and the last 5 or 6 years of everything that's been going on in the world, and my opinions, and it just sort of happened. I didn't plan it. There's goods and there's some things that are bad about it. But I'm glad it is what it is. I've definitely always had opinions, but social media, people get to see them and hear them.
And everyone's are amplified.
Everybody's amplified.
Obviously, if you have more people following you, you're still going to be larger than life even in that space. But everybody has kind of been, there's a certain democracy to it. Not a meritocracy, of course, but I mean, there's certain, every jagoff now has a microphone.
Including myself.
Well, we all do, right? We all do. But
yes. So it's an interesting thing. And, it's brought me a whole other sort of, I don't want to say career, it's notoriety,
awareness,
infamy, or something like that. I don't know exact word. Like I said, there's things that I love about it. There's other things that my wife doesn't love about it.
Right.
She also is just like, shut up. She's like, you're in the other room like I'm doing a video. She's like, shut up. So I like to have fun with it.
You got to take the rough with the smooth, honey. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah.
Exactly. So I like to have fun with it, and I'm happy to be here in Cleveland. I'm happy to be performing at the Improv, and I'm looking forward to a good weekend here. And the weather the sun just came out for me today, which I love, and I'm excited about that. I know this is nothing to you guys, like a little snow. It's like sunbathing weather.
Kind of, right? Yeah. It's good surfing weather.
This is beach weather for you guys. So
Michael Rapaport is at the Cleveland Improv. There's 2 shows tonight, 2 shows tomorrow night. Go to clevelandimprov.com for the details. Part of, I think, the unpredictability for you is the audience assuming they're going to get one guy, and you'll probably give them another guy. At least part of it. You know what I mean? It's people. You seem like somebody that people want to pigeonhole.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's social media. You definitely, when I'm doing stand up, you get a well-rounded human being, in the flesh. A lot of times with social media, one of the things is that people will come up to me, like fans or something will come up to me and be like, what the F this, what the F that, and I'm like, I'm not, people expect me to be on full tilt all the time. Obviously, when I'm on stage, I am on full tilt. But it's not just yelling. I talk. The thing about being a trash talker is that I feel like you have to make fun of yourself first and foremost.
Diffuse the whole thing.
Because if you're going to talk about everybody else, I feel like you have to be able to give it as good as you take it, and that's definitely what I do.
What is Michael Rapaport insecure about?
Oh man,
have been, is, will be.
Man, that's a good question, man. Man, what am I insecure about? I mean,
like if somebody were
I've never been asked that. That's a good question. I feel like I'm in therapy.
Because I think of it from the perspective of, we have some notoriety here locally or whatever. People, fans of the show, people know us or whatever. And every so often you'll get an insult from someone that you would never tell them in a million years really got to you. And they don't know it, but it just happened to. They got you at the right spot. And you go on with your day, but it's like, God, that sucks. They nailed me, and I'll never tell them.
That's a good question. It's more interpersonal things. It's not like professional things or public things. You get insecure about, getting older. You get insecure about, my deepest insecurities are like, just like, who I am as a person and who I am, to my wife and who I am as a father, and those are the things that I'm mostly concerned about. Like as far as,
were you more of a hothead as a younger guy?
I think I'm probably, to be honest with you, I'm probably more of a hothead now, but calculated.
Yeah.
Calculated. So
surgical bursts.
Surgical bursts.
Right.
But I'm never hothead. Yeah, but but even then there's been bursts. Even then when I was younger, there was bursts. Like I'm not an out of control person.
Right.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the things that I don't like about my online persona is that people think I'm like, yo, this guy's crazy.
Right.
And I will say that I
would
can
say passionate.
No, people think I'm nuts.
Yeah.
And I will say that 99.9% of my social media stuff has all been 100% calculated.
Yeah.
And
except that Walgreens video.
Well, I wasn't the guy stealing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
no, I know, but did you shoot it or were you passing that?
No,
I thought you shot it.
That was crazy.
That was wild.
That was nuts.
Michael's in a Walgreens. He's like, I guess people are just taking stuff now.
It was wild to see that, like to see the dude just so casually just shopping.
Yeah.
And then walk out. That was bugged out.
In Brooklyn or where was it? In Manhattan.
Right. If you saw where it was, I mean, like, it was like you couldn't be in a more busier corner.
Yeah.
And the security guard was like, oh, it's all the time.
And he's not going to get stabbed. He's like, I'm making $12.50 an hour.
I mean, he's like, it's all different kinds of people. There was these two white dudes came in the other day. They were high, took a bunch of beers, young college kids. They told me peace. I said it's all different kinds of people.
It makes you wonder what you have to do to lose a retail security job.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like
you
just
try and stop them. That's how you lose the job.
Yes, and you go to jail for that.
I've told this story. I grew up in Chicago, and 30 years ago, I'm managing a Blockbuster Video in Chicago.
Remember those?
VHS days,
That's
right?
crazy.
This dude runs in like a duster, and back then, the Indiana Jones 3-pack was like this, and he puts it in his coat, and I chase him, and I get it back, but I got way busted.
You got in trouble.
Yes, for chase. They're like, that's not policy. That kind of stuff can get
that
you fired.
Indiana Jones DVD, people need to have that. They need to have the DVD, VHS.
Yeah.
That's a popular.
I know.
That's not like just a random video we can let go. We need that 3-pack.
It was
Indiana.
Raiders. It was Temple of Doom and the Sean Connery one.
Last
it was
Crusade,
all three.
yeah.
Last Crusade. It was all three of them.
You're a hero for that.
Well, I thought so, but they didn't think so. Michael Rapaport at the Cleveland Improv tonight.
Yes.
2 shows. Tomorrow night, 2 shows.
Yes.
You go to clevelandimprov.com. Was there a familial connection to the improv?
Not
back in the day.
Not with so much on what is it called? Wikipedia. But let's just say my stepfather. It's not really blood. He was one of the owners of the Improv, and when I was a teenager, like when I would come visit. Excuse me, my sister, when in 1983, I'd come out and visit. I'd walk into the Improv, and this is a time when comedy's kind of like where it is now, is a big boom of comedy.
So this wasn't Bud. This was someone
No,
else.
Mark.
Yeah. Okay.
And and I would watch these comedians. At the time, I never thought about being a comedian. I always thought I was going to be in the NBA, which obviously didn't happen. I didn't even come close. Excuse me, but I would watch all these comedians and everybody, Rodney Dangerfield, Jay Leno, Jerry Seinfeld, Keenan Ivory Wayans, all of them.
It's like a master class watching those guys. Yeah. Was your dad in the radio biz?
Excuse me. My father was the general manager of a radio station in New York City called WKTU Disco 92.
Yeah.
And it was first it was a mellow rock station. And then in 1978, he made the decision to have them play all disco.
Yeah.
And,
disco was white hot then, and they flipped
huge.
it. Yeah.
And they went from the bottom of the ratings to the top of the ratings. And, I remember being in the DJ booth like this, except for the DJs, be playing records on, with a needle. And I was like, unruly 7-8-year-old. And they were like, don't come over here. Cause that's actually what they're playing.
That needle has got to stay on the record.
Yeah.
Well, but that disco thing too, KTU at that time, I mean, they were like white hot, but like a year and a half. When disco died, man, every radio station that had gone disco died with it.
Yep. And then, KTU went to, I don't know, a rock format, and then,
there was 100 things after that.
100 different things, yeah. But it was a fun time, and it was something that I remember, and just being at the radio station, and there was a record room. There was a room, where all the DJs would get all the records, and it was like, probably like a room this size, and it was just filled with records,
Like
and
a
just
library,
looking at it.
yeah.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
cool.
How long have you been married? You've been married a long time?
I have been married now for 5 years. I've been with my wife for like 13 years.
Okay.
And this is my second marriage.
Okay.
So divorce was cool.
Well,
and
yeah,
expensive.
I'm on number 2. Yeah. So it's,
alimony's awesome.
Oh, sometimes, you got the only way
Child
out
support
is
is
through.
fantastic.
Yeah. I just finished child support. Well,
God
see,
bless you.
I finished it last summer. I have 2 kids in college, but I also, because I'm married twice, I have a first grader. So I
Wow.
started all over
Yes,
again.
yes.
But child support technically over.
It's
Good
his
for
daughter.
you.
He didn't just find one.
Good for you. Good for you. I talk about a lot about that on stage.
Okay.
I talk a lot about stage.
That's a
and
relatable subject.
Very
too.
relatable
Yeah.
subject, and it puts you through the highs and lows, that child support / alimony.
So at what point, after you had decided to get back on stage again and had been doing it for a while, at what point did you go, let's take this on the road? Or was it
Probably like
suggested to you?
Like 6 months afterwards, it was suggested to me. It was definitely an idea. I have the fortunate situation of people knowing who I am.
Right.
So I was able to use that to my advantage to, go out on the road. But
That's a double-edged sword, though.
it's a double-edged sword. But
Yeah.
I'm a pro, and like, I will not fail in terms of like a live show. If you come to see me, you're going to get a show.
Right. Yeah.
Because I have so much respect for the opportunity to be on your phone, to watch the Cavaliers game.
Right.
Shout out to Cleveland. See how I did that?
Yeah.
To
Very
watch,
nice, yeah.
to whatever, to Netflix and chill, to Hulu and chill, to do whatever and chill.
Yeah.
So if you come out to a show, like, I'm going to give you a show, and I don't lollygag through on the road, because it's people have opportunities, and people work hard, and to come out and see you need to give them something.
Right. Well, and you're a dynamic personality, too, so nobody's going to walk out going, it was all right. I mean,
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Where was the first place you went up when you decided to go back up and start doing stand-up again? Do you remember that?
The Improv
set?
Lab.
The
The Improv Lab
okay.
in LA,
Yeah.
which is a very, very
It's an
small
intimate little room, yeah.
small room in Hollywood, and it's a great place to sort of practice. And there's not that-
Unbilled, or did you go up people knowing that you were going to show
No,
up?
unbilled.
Yeah.
It was Bert Kreischer and Whitney Cummings.
Yeah.
They were the
Two
ones that
people
really
have no career at all now.
No, they stink. But they were the ones that really encouraged me to go back and start doing stand up. And I very much appreciate both of them for doing that, because I love doing it. But they were really like, you got to do it, you got to do it. And then Whitney was like, you got to do it, you got to do it. And I was like, and then she's like, just come MC for me. I'm doing something at the lab.
Yep.
And I was like, all right, I'll come MC for you, which is low pressure.
Right.
Because you could just get off the stage any night, anytime you want.
Yeah.
And then I got the bug, and I was like, all
You
right.
can kind
I'm
of
gonna
get your sea legs, though. And figure out-
Exactly. Yeah, definitely have to get your sea legs.
Yeah.
Definitely have to get your sea legs. And and especially nowadays, there's there's so many people get so upset about what you should say, what you can't say, and people sometimes it feels like people come to be like principals and take report cards on what you said and what you didn't said, and
they start off with crossed arms and kind of make me laugh, that kind of thing,
Yeah, and also just what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. So I just try to let my hands fly and do my thing.
Speaking of Hulu, the latest season of Only Murders in the Building,
Yes.
you'll find Michael Rapaport in that. Awesome show.
Very good show.
It was fun to see you, because you weren't in it for a little bit in that season. It was very fun to see you pop up, and there he is. Right?
Pop up there.
I hadn't heard anything about you being in it, and that show is fantastic.
It was
So
fun.
Yeah.
It was a fun bad guy to play. It was exciting to be working across the camera, across the way from Steve Martin and Martin Short and Selena Gomez. And, I've been such a fan of Steve Martin and Martin Short for so long, to like be in front of them was really cool. And, it brought out, an excitement in me. And of course, obviously they were excited to work with
Of course.
me as well.
Had you met any of them before or no?
I hadn't met them. No, I
Yeah.
hadn't met either one of them. And you know, like I said, you know, particularly Steve Martin, you know, like from, you know, the inception of Saturday Night Live and watching him, and he was so weird.
Yeah.
You know, like as a kid, he was so weird, you know, and his hair was gray. And it was like, what the heck is up with this dude? And, you know, then all his movies and, but like my first memory was like, what, you know, and he's singing and this wild and crazy guy. I'm like, what, you know, as a kid, like I was always my first memory, like, what is this guy's deal? So to be working with him and that context, also like to be sort of, you know, cursing at him and all, it was fun. It was fun.
Michael Rapaport is at the Cleveland Improv tonight. He's in town tonight for 2 shows, in town tomorrow night for 2 shows.
That's right.
You go to clevelandimprov.com for the details. And it's a thrill to meet you.
Well, I
Very nice
appreciate
to
it.
meet you.
I
Thank you for
appreciate
coming
this interview.
in.
I appreciate the questions.
Good luck out there.
And I love this new downtown stage here. This new studio is dope.
That's
here. It's cool.
fantastic.
Really
if you
cool.
had to haul ass to our old crap hole.
I heard it's way out there.
It was out there, yeah. We're
I
coming up on a
appreciate
year in
you
this
having
place.
me.
It's nice to meet you, brother. Thank you for coming in. Let me take a break. You want to text for anything, 35192. You can watch at AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
2 hours to midnight.
The new metal show here on WMMS.
Cleveland's metal show is back.
Saturday nights from 10 till midnight.
It'll be the full spectrum of metal. Industrial and thrash. We'll play local stuff and everything.
2 hours to midnight.
From 10 o'clock each Saturday night until midnight.
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
Hey, it's Poundcake. 2023 is the year I feel most confident in my skin. Just in time for Pride Month. And I'm no stranger to weight loss after I dropped 30 pounds last year from maintaining healthy food choices and portion sizes. But there was one thing missing, a solid workout routine. I joined Orange Theory Fitness in search of knowledge and motivation to support my goals. Orange Theory is a full-body group workout focused on heart rate-based training, backed by science and tracked by technology. Go to orangetheoryfitness.com for your first free workout. That's orangetheoryfitness.com.
Get a slam dunk deal at all 4 Ken Ganley Kia locations. The official #1 volume Kia dealer. Want a great selection and huge inventory? We've got it at Ken Ganley Kia. We've got over 700 new Kia models.
25%, you could stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today. Savings vary. Terms apply. Safe Auto Group Agency, Inc.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch. Listen on that iHeartRadio app wherever you are. And Michael Rapaport's a mensch.
Oh, he's great.
I wasn't sure how he was going to be. Some people, he can
be a little prickly sometimes.
Some people can, but he was great.
He was great.
Doing 2 shows tonight and tomorrow at the Cleveland Improv. Dr. Ryan Berglund will join us shortly. He is a surgical urologist from the Cleveland Clinic. He has joined us for the better part of 10 years occasionally for a segment we call Is It Red? Last one was in September, so it's been a minute. But if you have a question for him, guys, you can email me or we'll take your calls live. If you're new to the show, he answers all manner of questions about stuff going on with dudes in the strike zone. You know, maybe you got some strange last weekend, and now something strange is happening. He might have an answer or two for you. So he'll join us shortly.
I think I have a question for him too.
Great.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
You got some drippy D's?
You got some special sauce after that McDonald's date?
No. It's a question I've been wondering for a long time. I was curious. I just want to get it from the doctor.
Where do babies come from, Dr. Berglund? It's not that, is it?
No, I keep trying, and I'm curious as to where they come from.
Yeah, okay. Cavs still in Miami. They beat them the other night, took last night off. Back at it tonight, 8 o'clock. Cavs Heat in Miami. Here on WMMS. 7:30 is when the pregame coverage will begin. And then they'll head to Charlotte for a back-to-back against the Hornets. They'll play them Sunday and Tuesday. So remember that. You read about the octogenarian who was passing off counterfeit Jordan cards and got busted.
Ooh.
I like that there's old dudes doing this.
Baseball cards, basketball cards, all that stuff came back in a big way just before the pandemic. Then they really skyrocketed during the pandemic, all the trading card stuff. So you can get into some serious trouble if you
an 82-year-old Colorado man was charged with selling and trading trading fake Michael Jordan basketball cards in a scheme that said he ended up making about $800,000 over 4 years.
Ooh, wow.
I mean, if you can get away with it, that's the thing. You just got to get out when you can and then disappear.
Forget putting the marbles or whatever something that was in the fish. This is way worse.
Yeah, it's a pretty good fake. I mean, I guess I wouldn't know, but it would have fooled me. A 1986 Fleer, Michael Jordan, was one, and it's in the hard plastic case, and it's graded. It's a gem mint condition. That's the best it can be. And this guy made a lot of money. A guy with the great name of Mayo McNeil was arrested in Denver. He lives there. And somebody complained. And somebody started looking into it. He's accused of making numerous fraudulent deals over the past 7 years, including the sale of a counterfeit card to somebody in New York for $4,500, and another in which he traded 2 counterfeit cards for 2 real Tom Brady football cards. And so he was selling fake cards to sports memorabilia collectors. Some individuals, some stores, and he pulled in almost $1 million. He said, "I did nothing wrong." That's his reaction. He was released without bail. Released without bail? How does that work? Boy, the justice system is weird. Released without bail. I guess they just charge him with wire fraud or something. I don't know. But the guy's 82. He's getting towards the end of his life, and he goes, "Hey,
live it up."
Yeah, it's time to get paid, son. So got himself some counterfeit cards. But, I mean, you got to make them. You got to age them properly.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of work that goes into that. $800,000 might sound like a lot of money to you. But think about this. What if it cost him $780,000 to make the fake cards?
Yeah, I don't think that's the case.
Not
so
much
It is expensive,
money. Yep.
but, you know, I don't think that's the case.
Especially that cyan.
Yeah.
You go through so much cyan.
So much cyan.
Oh, God, the cyan.
It's always the first to go.
I know. If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, tell me where you do it. If it's out of state, you can always leave us messages there, too.
What up, Alan? Y'all got to keep in mind, listening to Poundcake talk about libraries, this is coming from a brother who don't like books. He don't read books. Remember, he couldn't even tell you guys a book he remember reading in high school or something to that effect. Or probably college, I don't know. But I go to the library twice a month at least. I love books. I love holding books. I don't want to read a computer screen. I want books. All right, later.
Nerd alert! Nerd alert! Nerd alert!
I like books, too. I just bought a book.
I need to get back.
There's no
I was reading
need.
books for a good portion. Like January, I was reading a lot, and I need to get back on it, I think, tonight.
I just bought
Get
a
back
book
into
called
it.
Directed by James Burrows. You know who James Burrows is? He's the legendary director of Cheers and The Mary Tyler
Okay.
Moore Show and Taxi and
I was
Frasier and
gonna
Will
say-
and Grace. And he wrote a book about his showbiz career, and I can't wait to start reading it.
That sounds interesting.
Nice. I thought it was the guy who just won the Super Bowl in Cincinnati. Or no, the what was it? Joe.
He didn't just win the Super Bowl in Cincinnati. He's never won a Super Bowl. Super Bowl wasn't in Cincinnati. They weren't even in the Super Bowl.
This year.
For your Joe Burrows joke.
What did he win?
Nothing. He was in the Super Bowl last year.
Isn't it Joe Burrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And-
Just for that, I'm going to play another complaint call about Poundcake.
Hey, all, Ron from Talmadge. You all let Poundcake just gloss over that he thinks Maine is a peninsula. I quote, Alan, my wife and I have had conversations past couple of years of just driving up the eastern seaboard and ending in Maine and coming back down. Poundcake, ending in Maine as if you have a choice. It is connected to Canada, and you can go a lot further north. Later.
I was thinking.
Well, maybe I didn't catch him on that because I didn't think that's what he was saying.
I think you were saying, like, staying in America.
Yeah, from one end of the country to the other. I know it's connected to Canada.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
What's it connected to?
It's connected. I don't know the actual province or
okay.
But it is connected to Canada. It's like past Montreal. That's British Columbia.
You could get to Montreal from Maine pretty easily, yeah.
I was like,
Quebec, not British Columbia.
Quebec, okay.
Yeah, British Columbia is the other side, right?
Other side, Vancouver. And yeah. I would like to go to Montreal sometime. We've gone to Canada quite a bit. Never gone to Montreal.
I do too.
It's kind of a haul, though.
Yeah, I hear like the scene out there is amazing.
A lot of stuff just in French, though. I mean, I know enough French. When we were in Paris, I knew enough to kind of, like, not screw us up. And I imagine Montreal would be very much like that. But, hey, listen, Maine, you got Augusta, you got Portland, you got Bar Harbor, you got Bangor, you got, what else you got? You got Fort Kent up there, you got Mount Chase, Rockwood, Jackman. Why don't you go to Jackman, Maine, Poundcake? Can we send you to Jackman, Maine? It's right by Sawyer's Maple Farm. And it's on the Moose River. It's a town of 782 people. Remember that show Northern Exposure?
Oh, yeah.
It would be like Poundcake, fish out of water.
See, when I was a kid, I always thought that show took place in Alaska just because it said Northern Exposure in it. But it was Maine?
It was, he goes to Alaska.
Okay, it is Alaska.
Yeah.
All right.
Dr.
Yeah.
Joel Fleischman. My wife
Okay.
loved this show as a younger person. Yeah. She loved Northern Exposure. And that was back when Janine Turner was young and foxy. Now she's like a MAGA weirdo or something, but she was foxy. She was in that movie Cliffhanger with Stallone.
Yeah.
Oof. Hoofa.
Fun Fun movie.
So we'll get Poundcake some northern exposure.
Die Hard on a Mountain is what they say.
Die Hard on a Mountain, right.
It looks pretty from the pictures I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Jack
Now think of you making it prettier. You go up there with McDonald's guy, and you have like a little like a cabin weekend or something. You're roughing it. You've got this new lease on life with where do you work out?
Oh, Orange Theory Fitness.
You have this new lease on life with your new bod, and you're only going to get 5 years use out of it.
Man, tell me about
Ouija board says you're dead in 5 years, so you have picked the perfect time to get swole.
I got to put this body to some use. I
Right.
gotta do some good sinning in this before I let this go.
Sinning.
Double sinning.
Well, yeah. What are you waiting for?
Oh, well, I'm not. I'm just.
All right. You got to get to work.
Now that I have like the option to have like a boyfriend, I'm like, well, I don't know if I want one now.
I was gonna say you always have the option to have a boyfriend.
Yeah, but like when I was all ugly, I was like, all right, well, I have a boyfriend because I want to be kept. But now I'm like, well, there's a bunch of people sledding in my
All
DMs.
ugly.
I was all ugly.
But your face looks the same. It's just that your body is changing.
No, people tell me that my face has gotten slimmer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Boy, that's what you want, though.
Yeah, they said
Good
I
for
need to
you.
lose weight
That's
in
what
my face.
I really got to zero in. I do so many face exercises in the morning to try to slim my face down.
Well, you got to
right?
stop doing bulking face exercises.
I learned the hard way. They're like, "Why are you putting pancakes in your cheeks?" I go, "Aren't I supposed to do this?" They go, "No." So I'm doing all these slimming exercises.
Yeah.
Where I'll hang weights over my cheeks like this. See? Oh, yeah.
You get the buccal fat removed.
I get the buckle. And then I bought myself a jaw-exerciser.
Oh, yeah.
No.
The one you put in your mouth and go, ha, ha,
Yeah.
ha, ha,
Hey,
ha.
this is how you strengthen up your jaw. I'm like, oh God, what a dumb fake piece of exercise equipment that is.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm chomping on rubber all day long to.
If you go back and like look at like some of my older pictures on Instagram, you see like, not like college, I was skinny then, but like just within the past couple of years, you can just tell like my cheeks were like, I don't know. I think everything's a little more toned now, which is good.
Yeah. Alan, you forgot about Michael Rapaport in Higher Learning. No, I didn't forget about it. I just
There's too much to go over. The
That's
guy's had
absolutely correct.
a
There's
40-year career.
I didn't want to be Chris Farley talking to Paul McCartney. You know?
Yeah.
Higher Learning, though, is the first movie. He was a Nazi at school or something, or school shooter or something like that.
He also was a guest host for the Wendy Williams show.
Oh, was he?
When she was off.
People liked him too. I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, when she
He was on Friends back in the day too.
He's on Friends. He's done a million things.
Very prolific.
He also did a documentary that he directed about A Tribe Called Quest about 10 years ago.
I saw that.
That was
Yeah.
really good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alan is at the Goodwill in Sandusky, and they had the entire Northern Exposure DVD set.
There you go.
It came in a stitched carrying pouch. I love it.
You know what I did want to bring up?
With him?
With Michael Rapaport. Beautiful Girls.
Oh, with Natalie Portman.
That's the movie that basically set off the whole bop, bop, bop with...
Oh, Sweet Caroline?
Sweet Caroline.
Oh, is it really?
It not intentionally, but it's like you can't really find any evidence of anybody doing that before that movie.
Wow.
And so that movie, although it's not a super popular movie, it is kind of like the because people weren't doing that before, like the Red Sox games. But I think it kind of came from that in a way. And I wanted to see if he thought the same, or if he's just like, no, it was just whatever.
Beautiful Girls. That's a good movie.
It is a good movie.
Probably 25, 30 years old now. Yeah. Directed by the late, great Ted Demme, by the way. Guy who was playing, he was Jonathan Demme's nephew, and he had a few movies under his belt. He did The Ref, Dennis Leary, and he was playing a celebrity basketball game on cocaine. And he had a heart attack and died on the court. It's no way to go.
Oh, it's kind of a cool way to go.
Is that the way you want to go? Like you want to just go in a blaze of glory like that? I mean,
having a heart attack, a cocaine heart attack in a celebrity basketball game is kind of a wild way to die.
I guess so.
It's not the best way, but it
is a story.
It's a story.
Yeah. Yeah, because every other kind of, the way people think that they want to die is because people don't want to die in pain or anything like that. And that's, nobody does. But the story of dying in no pain is that you're lying there and you just slip away. There's no story there.
If you're in pain, at least when you die, it's
almost
relief.
over.
Yeah, you got that relief.
If you're trying to box somebody out in like a celebrity basketball match and your heart explodes and you just flop like a bag of dirt and that's it.
Because
everybody there is traumatized because it's friends and relatives and colleagues, but you're gone and that's a hell of a story.
And then they have to either never do that event again or name the event after you. And do it in your honor.
The Ted Demme Memorial Celebrity Basketball Invitational. That's a hell of an acronym.
Yeah.
The Ted Demme Memorial Celebrity Basketball Invitation. Time for the 2023 Ted Demme in honor of the great late Ted Demme. But that was still when Natalie Portman was kind of in between girl and woman too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But well, anyway. I think there's a lot of room for a Poundcake to explore these United States. If not professionally, then personally.
I want to explore. I love traveling now that I'm able to. It's a very privileged way of life. Like, I feel more adult. I feel more alive when I'm traveling because I didn't really go like a lot of places when I was a kid.
No. We didn't go anywhere when I was a kid. My parents hated to travel, so we didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, did it ever occur to you guys that maybe like we'd want to go see something? But I think just the notion, and Bill will attest to this, just these horror stories you hear of like families driving cross country and everybody hates each other by the end of the thing. I think my parents, that the notion of that, even though at the time there were three of us, the mere notion of that, I think, was they wanted nothing to do with it. And I don't know if it was because they had heard stories of friends of these. I don't know. But we didn't go anywhere as kids. So, yeah, you spend that money on those experiences, not on stuff. So get yourself a little cabin up in Maine and take McDonald's guy up there. Have a little bit of fun.
A real Airbnb.
I don't get it.
Never mind. It's
butts and balls. What do you?
Now that I get. That I get.
I guess I should say Airbnb. But yeah,
that I get.
Okay. Yeah, I should have taken out the.
I don't get Airbnb either.
Bareback.
Are we supposed to know that? Is that gay shorthand?
Yeah, I thought everyone knew that.
BB?
Yeah.
I had a bareback gun as a kid.
It's different.
Oh.
It means without a condom.
Yeah, I know what bareback is. I didn't know that BB meant bareback.
Yeah, that's what it means.
All right. Well, now, you know what? Now I know.
Yeah, well, that sucks because...
And now that I got snipped, everywhere I go is an Airbnb.
Hey.
Yeah, man. You got it. There's a couple in Florida, a threesome goes bad. A sexual threesome goes bad.
A sexual threesome.
I love it. A lot of spit.
There had to be a lot of drugs involved in this, if not judging from the mugshots, then judging from the description of the
sexual threesome.
Sexual threesome. Stephen Lopez and Angela Vasquez. He's 31, she's 20. They say they have an open relationship, and they invited a woman over to have a sexual threesome with the two of them.
A sexual threesome.
He met the third woman while driving a local taxi. So that's how little it takes for people who are very clearly looking to score drugs or whatever. Told the cops that while the trio was having sex, the third girl, the one they brought in, became extremely disrespectful to them.
Oh.
And asked her to leave. Imagine that. You bring her in, and she doesn't even respect what's going on. Specifically,
talking about his size.
Yeah.
Yep. Or it stinks. Or
Well, she told the guy that he had a little D, and told the wife that she had a quote stank cooch.
Oh my God! Am I a toxic person because I knew exactly what happened? I didn't even read this story.
Not in them streets. So then they all start fighting with each other. The girls are pulling each other's hair, and not in a hot way. And then, as the third girl drove away, this is why you kind of got to know who you're getting involved with. As the third girl drove away, the guy threw a cinder block through her back car window.
Oh, he's hurt. She hurt his heart.
And then they were beating each other up, and
just
you got a
if
stank
you're in a situation
cooch.
where there is a cinder block close enough by to throw don't go to that house for a threesome in the first place.
Well, it's kind of on the third's fault because you do research. If you're the one going in, you have the burden of proof. Like, is this something you want to do? You got to know. You should have gotten pictures of the D before, so you know it's not, small.
He met her in a car and said, "You want to come over and have sex with me and my wife?" This all happened in the Florida Keys. The wife is in extra trouble because she's on probation and isn't supposed to be outside the state of Connecticut.
Whoop.
She's far.
But this happened in the Florida Keys.
Just wanted to have a little fun. This is what happens.
You got a tiny D and she got a stank cooch. That is not a good night down there.
Florida sucks.
I want this to go to trial, so they have to.
Oh, yeah.
And they
Let
go,
the record show my client does not have a stanky cooch, Your Honor.
However, the other defendant does indeed have a tiny D.
Tiny D.
So
could you imagine if you get convicted for that? Like
in a court of law, there's records.
I would have gotten away with it too if it was for my stanky vagina. It ruined it for me.
That's the best episode of Scooby-Doo ever.
Mm-hmm. This story, I have to go to a break, but the story from front to back is just the best. The woman that they had as the third person already, as you might have guessed, had a ton of charges against her from previous things, right? Last July, she was in an SUV that was swerving all over, being driven by her friend. So they get pulled over. There was an open bottle of tequila, a bunch of drug paraphernalia under the seats. So the cop puts them both in the back of the cruiser. And he said that the two of them started making out in the back of the cruiser. He had cuffed them in front of, I don't know why they ever cuff people in front, but he had cuffed in front instead of behind. So they were making out. The cop stops the car, puts the cuffs behind them instead of in front, and the girl responded by pulling the rear of her bathing suit to the side and asking the cop, "Do you want to see my a-hole?" Hey, there's got to be a way. When she parties.
It seems like once you've already pulled it to the side, you're not really asking the question if he wants to see it. You're showing him.
Right. He didn't give his consent.
You can take me, but you cannot take my bunghole.
She was probably drunk, so she probably sang it like Frozen. Would you like to see my a-hole?
Nice clean butthole.
I've got to take a break. Dr. Ryan Berglund, I can see him out in the suite. He will join us in here shortly from the Cleveland Clinic. Guys, if you've got questions about things down there, stinky or otherwise, you can ask Dr. Berglund, and hopefully he'll be able to help. We'll take your calls live. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. If you want to call with a question for Dr. Ryan Berglund for Is It Red? If you want to email, send that to me, Alan at AlanCoxShow.com.
Get ready for the experience of a lifetime at our iHeartRadio
it on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
All right, you want to go see Kill Switch Engage with special guest Currents, both great bands. And they came up not far from each other. Kill Switch Engage from Massachusetts, Currents, a Connecticut band, and coming to Cleveland. Saturday, April the 15th. The show is at the world-famous Agora. You can go to agoracleveland.com if you want full info on the show. I'll give you the last pair of tickets I have for you this week. 2 for Kill Switch Engage. Good luck. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Let's not pretend any of this makes sense. I don't understand any of this. It's the Alan Cox Show
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
No Kill Switch Engage, by the way. Week 1 of our brand new metal show. I'm kicking off the new metal show tomorrow night with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. Very, very excited for metal to be back on MMS, 10 o'clock until midnight every Saturday. We're going to have, I'll be posting the playlist, by the way. I can't podcast it, but I'll be posting the playlists. And we will have our own page at WMMS.com. You'll be able to go into the on-air section and see it there. Now, this guy, Dr. Ryan Berglund, is back in the friendly confines. How are you?
Hey, good.
I haven't seen you since I had my vasectomy. Under your steady hand. Well, what I can only assume is your steady hand. I got snipped on Veterans Day, appropriately enough, right? And do you normally have 2 attending nurses for a procedure like that?
You know,
I had 2 that day.
There's a pro and then there's a trainee.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay, I thought maybe I was getting special treatment or something. There were 2 girls in there. And of course, I was a little nervous, so I'm like making jokes. Not about the procedure. I'm just kind of trying to be a little jovial or whatever. Because I figured they've probably heard all of the comments and it's got to be awful. And, and they couldn't have been nicer trying to put me at ease. But by all accounts, everything went fine. It was right. Because,
went back and...
Well, when Ryan and I talked about having this procedure, I said, hey, I'm finally going to get snipped. And he goes, okay. He goes, I have to let you know, as I'm sure you would tell anyone, there's a slight chance this might happen. There's a slight chance this might happen. And it's a very, very small chance, but you have to know about whatever. Because you hear these stories of people. They're like, oh, I got a basketball down there now. And so there was a part of my brain that was like, boy, I hope that doesn't happen. I really hope that doesn't happen. And it couldn't have been simpler.
I was thinking the same thing.
I know. Well,
you know how awkward it would be for me if
that was the one that goes wrong.
That has a problem.
Yeah, but again, I assume those aren't things that that have anything to do with the procedure. It's probably just how a person reacts to it, or
a little blood vessel opens up and you're going to swell up like a basketball.
Now, here's the question I have. I had I had been texting Dr. Berglund along the way a couple of weeks back. I guess beginning of February, actually, more than a couple of weeks. I had to go in and give him my post-op batch or whatever, make sure no swimmers left, and everything was 5 by 5 as it's supposed to be. But my question, I guess, is you hear all these people go, well, it can grow back. And I wonder if is that more than a small chance that can happen?
It's 1 in 2,000.
1 in 2,000.
And I can tell you I just had my first one.
Really?
It does happen. It does happen.
So this is a person where you did their procedure, or they and how much time between them getting it done and them going, hey, by the way, I have a new kid?
About 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
And they found out because they knocked somebody up, I assume.
I don't remember all the details, but for some reason we tested them again and they were producing some sperm. So you have to go in and take more of the tube out.
Because I would think, boy, that's only something you're going to find out when you get somebody pregnant.
The interesting thing is that before we had genetic testing, there are cases of, let's say, lawsuits against urologists for failed vasectomies where later on when we had genetic testing, they found out that the paternity was otherwise.
Oh, really?
So somebody was stepping out.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, boy. Well, Dr. Berglund has not been here since September. It has been a minute since he's a busy guy, and we are busy too. And it is Bill and I are in here doing vasectomies half the time, so it's we have competing interests, and that's fine. But
I just take the top of the lid off of a tuna can, and I get to slice it.
Every so often, we'll get Dr. Berglund in here for a segment that we call "Is It Red?"
Is it red? Does it itch? Does it hurt like a bitch? Is it red? Is it red? Is it red?
So, guys, this is an opportunity for you or the ladies who love you to have a question answered by Dr. Berglund. He's a surgical urologist over there at the Cleveland Clinic. And you can call us if you have a question. You don't even have to give us your name if you don't want to. You can give a fake name. We don't care. It's 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can text to 35192. If you want to email me, you can. It's just alan@alancoxshow.com. Hey, Johnson. All right. Hello, Johnson.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I can. What's up?
Well, hey, it's a long story. I try to keep it short. Got psoriasis down there. Been to a lot of doctors. I actually called in once a long time ago before I knew it was psoriasis. Have tried lots of creams. Nothing works. You can imagine it's pretty embarrassing,
Yeah.
Used to be married, not anymore. So trying to get back out there, but it's hard to do with that. Tried hydrocortisone for a real long time. It worked for a little bit. Now it's worse because it thins out your skin. So not only is the psoriasis worse, but elasticity of the skin's a bit of an issue. Cuts real easy, kind of sucks, Don't know what else to do. I can't put stronger cream down there, according to the doctors that I've seen. I don't know what else to do, where else to turn.
Is there any chance that your ex-wife put a Santeria hex on you?
Maybe.
All
Could
right.
be.
Well, that's all I got, Doc. You tell him.
First of all, do you have really severe psoriasis? I mean, systemic, arthritis, etc.?
No, it's not that bad. Actually, I've got 2 patches, one on my leg and one on my Johnson.
One of the problems is that partners are going to think that it's an STD, and it's not.
Right.
It's a skin condition. It's a transmissible skin condition.
I hope you're recording this so you can play it back for every one of your prospective sexual partners.
There you go.
Yeah, probably they saw it that way,
Don't feel bad, Johnson. I have psoriasis too, and I've had patches close to Mike Johnson, and I've asked. His name's Johnson, and talk about it, Johnson. But I've gotten steroid cream. Like I've gotten the steroid cream, and I've gotten the shot in my butt, like the steroid shot. Did that help at all? Did you get those?
I got the steroid shot on the spot on my leg, which it helped for a little bit, but they won't do the shot there.
The problem is exactly what you alluded to. It just can't. It weakens the skin there. It's going to weaken those tissues, and so it's a challenging problem. There are some systemic treatments though, and they have not explored those. I'm not as familiar. This is more of a dermatologic condition than a urologic one, but.
Have you seen a dermatologist, Johnson?
Well, yeah, actually.
Yeah.
So when this first started out, they thought it was an STD, and they gave me this cream called Altera, which gets rid of warts. Also is used for skin cancer. It turned out that's not what it was, and that's what caused me to have a psoriasis flare-up. What started as a very, very small, minuscule dot turned into like 1,000 times worse.
Oh,
I've seen dermatologists. It's actually
man.
I ended up with chemical burns first, which activated the psoriasis, and yeah.
You should activate a lawyer, bro.
I was gonna say, I haven't had it that bad.
Chemical burns, Jesus.
Yeah, not good.
So
I've
it's
had a lot of bad luck, and I'm very, very hesitant to do anything at this point. At one point, I was advised, use hydrocortisone, you're good, use it all the time. And now the skin's super thin, and it cracks and breaks and bleeds.
Oh,
and
no.
it's worse. Everything I do makes it worse.
Are you a young man?
I'm 32.
Yeah, young man. Oh, boy. All right. I mean, listen, as a guy only in his mid-20s, I am not quite sure what I can tell you, but...
you got a real Harvey Dent penis there. Two-face.
So this is a dermatological question. Yeah. Well,
it's red, so I mean,
it is red, and that's the name of the boy.
There are a number of conditions, though, that look like an STD, and that's a really difficult conversation. And, we do run into that with patients where they have something going on that is not a transmissible disease, but it's hard to get rid of.
And try convincing someone that it's not. No, baby, it's fine. Oh, God, come on.
Some guys have really bad pearly penile papules. We've talked about these before. They're benign, but they look like an STD.
They don't look benign.
Yeah.
Alan, please ask Dr. Berglund, I have blood in my semen. Is that okay?
It's interesting. Blood from a lot of different things is not good. Urine, stool, you cough up blood. Interestingly, from the blood in the semen is from the prostate, and it usually is benign. There are exceptions to that. If it's a persistent thing, there are ways you can treat it. But interestingly, that usually is a benign condition.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you can sleep with vampires. They'll appreciate it.
That's a little life hack from Bill Squire to you. Alan, Dr. Berglund is doing my vasectomy on April 14th. Oh, look at that. The spreading like wildfire around here. Speaking of vasectomies, what are the first steps for someone considering having one done? A buddy of mine just got snipped last weekend. Saw him kind of duck walking around or whatever. For this person wants to know what are the first steps. Probably calling your office.
Usually there's a consultation.
Yeah.
You need to kind of understand what you're getting yourself into. The first thing, and this actually turns away a lot of people, don't understand, you really need to look at it as an irreversible procedure. So I'll have guys come in and say, hey, this sounds like a great form of birth control, but what if I want kids 10 years from now? And the answer is there are other things you can do.
Well, you say that, but people have them reversed, don't they? But those are very, I would assume
it's not really
very expensive.
Yeah.
It's not covered by insurance.
Okay.
They don't always work.
Yeah.
And so my advice to someone who might want to get it reversed down the road, there are other forms of birth control to use. This is a very effective form of birth control, but you should not think of it as a reversible form of birth control. Although I have a partner who reverses them, does a good job.
Wow.
So what oftentimes will happen is that somebody...
But it's not good to go into it thinking, well, I'll just have the switch flip the other way if this doesn't work, if I want to have a kid.
If I have someone ask me, and I have this happen all the time, hey, I want to bank some sperm before I get this done, if they're asking me that question, they're not ready to get a vasectomy.
Right. Yeah, okay. My middle brother's only a year younger than me, but I was home it must have been for Thanksgiving, home in Chicago to see my family, because I had my vasectomy on November the 11th. So it must have been for Thanksgiving. He could not believe that I had just had it done. He's like, you're 51. I go, I know, but I got a 7-year-old. Like, you know what I mean? He and his wife have been married forever, and my wife now is my second wife. But he's like, I got mine done. He got his done like the week after his second kid was born. And he's like, I had no idea that you were still, I go, oh, yeah, well, I've been wrapping it up for 40 years or whatever.
The other interesting one I've had a couple of times are very young guys that don't have any kids.
Right.
That are involved in a relationship, but they're just absolutely adamant that they do not want to have kids. And the difficult part of the discussion is you may change your mind down the road, and this is going to become a tricky problem, when you're 40.
Well, because don't they tell, there are a lot of gynecologists who will not perform hysterectomies or whatever on young girls, or they won't tie their tubes, not hysterectomies, won't tie their tubes, or because I don't hear that so often with guys. I know a couple of young guys who got vasectomies. They're like, I don't want kids. I know I'm not going to want kids. My wife or whatever, she don't want them either. And so they've done them. But I wonder if there's a I'm not even sure how to put it. If there's a different reaction between people who see guys who want to get this done and girls who are like, I don't want to have kids either. Why even mess with it?
If you're an informed adult, it's hard to say no.
Right.
And so you really just need to make sure you have a good conversation with them about the implications of getting this done.
Hey, Rat.
Oh, hey, little radio buddies. I got a quick one for the doc.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt your commercials. That was me outside.
Rat was outside our window here. He was so excited about Dr. Berglund. He just had to come up and say hi. I know. Go ahead, Rat.
Okay, Doc. So I had not been sexually active for probably 2 or 3 years. In November, I had SEX, and it was fantastic. And then
you just calling the brag, man?
2 months ago. What's that?
Are you just calling the brag?
No. So about 2 months ago, I developed a rash on my neck, and it was red. And then 2 days later, I started getting a creamy, yellowish secretion coming out of my pee-pee. And I panicked, and I went to the urgent care. And now remember, I'd been celibate for 2-3 years. I had blood work done. I'm pretty sure I had no STDs. The girl that I had been with, I told her about my past, so she immediately went to get checked out, and she was fine. So I go to the urgent care. They do, we're going to take urine. We're not going to do blood. Okay, so it came out that I had really cloudy urine. They looked at whatever was dripping. They looked at the rash and gave me hydrocortisone, right?
Right.
And then they say, I called for results. They said, you're clear on whatever STDs come from urine, which are the small ones, not the major ones. So then they go, you need to go to the Cleveland Clinic to get blood work done. Get the blood work done, 8:30 in the morning. Then I got to go see the doctor thinking they're going to give me something for this. I still think it's an STD. I don't know. Every time I grab it and milk it, some stuff comes out, right?
I'm going to pass out.
It's okay.
So your question is what? Your question is what's happening?
My question is, they said it wasn't a UTI, no herpes, no STDs, no urinary tract, no yeast infection, and said, after $2,000, they said they'll probably go away. And 15 days later, it went away.
Yeah. So they were right.
So what could it have? They were right. What could it have been?
Now listen.
That's a hard thing to diagnose.
The tests are very sensitive, particularly the urine test. It's now, DNA test of the urine, so it's going to pick up on the two big ones, gonorrhea and chlamydia. Those are the two that would cause the kind of symptoms that he had. So you did not have gonorrhea and chlamydia. And by the way, that's good news.
I was going to say 2 bullets ducked with that.
That's good news. Your symptoms sounded a lot like they could have been either of them, and we're having a big problem right now with resistant gonorrhea. It's a big problem.
That's super gonorrhea.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so actually you should be very happy that you don't have that. There are various reasons that you can get urethritis, where you can get irritation of the urethra. And it may have just been that, I don't know what was going on, rough sex, et cetera. Not rough, vigorous sex.
Vigorous sex.
That's what I mean.
After a 2-year drought, he was ready to get back in.
But it's actually good news that you didn't have an infection. So those tests are very sensitive, and the fact that it went away, probably just some irritation, inflammation, but not infection. So that's good news.
Somebody texted, my girl and I have been trying to have kids for a year. I had my swimmers tested, and it came back with a morphology issue. What is that?
So the only reason a morphology issue would be a problem is if they are actually infertile. So if they've been trying to achieve a pregnancy for a year and there has been no successful pregnancy, you do a semen analysis, and you actually look at the way that the sperm are shaped. And sometimes there can be disorders of the way that the sperm's formed, or there can be
That's what the morphology refers to. Okay.
And so it may be that the sperm are not effective at fertilizing the egg. And so if you're infertile and you have a morphology problem, you might need to use an assisted method.
So they have to be if it's a irregular or deformed shape, that's going to prohibit the motility of it, or the
motility, or the ability to penetrate the ovum.
Dr. Ryan Berglund is here. We don't get to see him often, but when we do, it's very useful for you if you got some stuff going on down there. I've got a couple people on hold with questions for him for Is It Red? If you want to join them, if you have a question, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can text 35192. I'm going to take a break, and we will be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
People will do anything to lose weight. You're taking one of these new weight loss drugs?
In 5 weeks, I've lost 21 pounds.
Oh, God.
But let me tell you, I have been running to the bathroom. At night, all I can do is roll in the bed and pray that it passes. So am I really losing the weight from the drug, or am I losing it from running to the bathroom?
Yeah, every time you eat, you're just crapping your brains out.
Yeah, and these burps that it gives you, there's no controlling them, and they sound different, and they smell. It's the worst smell you've ever smelled in your life.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
This Buzzard Weekend is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Safe Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Katie. When her old car insurance got so expensive, do you think she pedaled around on her kid's princess bike? No, because she found savings with Safe Auto so she could drive instead of compromise. With a super low down payment to get started, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today. Down payments vary and do not mean savings. Terms apply. Safe Auto Group Agency, Inc.
Raising Cane's founder Todd Graves is interviewing game changers to find their secrets of success.
I was just trying to do something that I love and be there for my child.
Secret Sauce with Todd Graves. New episodes Saturdays at 1 on A&E.
Get a slam dunk deal at all 4 Ken Ganley Kia locations. The official #1 volume Kia dealer. Want a great selection and huge inventory? We've got it at Ken Ganley Kia. We've got over 700 new Kia models in stock and incoming, including 20 Carnivals, 150 Fortes, 90 Celtos, 40 Sorrentos, 90 Sportages, and even 75 Tellurides. Best of all, you can just sign and drive any new Kia with zero do-it signing. Got a trade? Bring it on in, because we want to pay you more, regardless of its condition. And if you need credit, we love to say, yes, you're approved. We've got the inventory, we've got the deals at all 4 Ken Ganley Kia locations in Medina, Mentor, Boardman, and Alliance. Or find us at Ken Ganley Kia. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
#1 in overall retail Kia sales in the Central Region for 1/1 to 12/31/22 for Kia Motors year-end sales report.
Hi, welcome to Huntington.
Hey, there's a problem with my paychecks. I get paid on Fridays, but they keep showing up on Wednesdays.
Yes, when you bank with Huntington, we can deliver your paychecks up to 2 days early.
How much are you charging me for that?
No cost.
Okay, so there's no problem with my account?
Not at all.
Cool. So, how's it going?
Thank you for banking with Huntington.
Direct deposit and eligibility requirements apply. Learn more at huntington.com/earlypay.
It's Alan for FanDuel. This March, take your first shot at college hoops with FanDuel Sportsbook and get 10 times your first bet amount in bonus bets up to $200. You heard it, just bet $20 on the bracket and you'll land $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. That's $200 you can spend betting everything from the money line to point spreads to that number 5 versus number 12 seed matchup that you've been looking at. All on an app that's safe and secure and super easy to use. No better place to bet the tournament than FanDuel Sportsbook. If you haven't signed up, do it today. FanDuel.com/Cox and make every moment more with FanDuel all tournament long. 21 and over and present in Ohio. First online real money wager. Only $10 deposit required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you feel uneasy? Irritable? Does your Spectrum bill give you anxiety or cause you to make angry noises? You may be suffering from a serious condition known as UPH, unexpected price hikes.
It could happen to anyone, even you. Spectrum raised rates on millions of customers last year. You could get stuck paying more than you expected.
But now there's a solution to put an end to your suffering. T-Mobile 5G home internet is just $50 a month, and it comes with T-Mobile's price lock guarantee. That means they won't raise your home internet rate ever.
Side effects include feelings of joy when you receive your bill, no annual contracts, and no monthly fees.
Try T-Mobile home internet for just $50 a month with AutoPay. Plus, get price lock guarantee and put an end to the fear of unexpected price hikes today.
They won't raise my internet rates? Thanks, T-Mobile.
Check availability at T-Mobile.com/5G internet.
Price lock exclusions like taxes, fees, select promos, and third-party services apply. Qualifying credit and service required. Regulatory fees included in $50 price for qualified accounts, plus $5 per month without autopay.
Every March, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 29th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales are donated to local charities.
And to kick off all that giving, Peter gave me an apron. I'm honored.
Looking good, Danny. We've got subs to make, though.
Yeah. Now I know why you gave me the apron.
Yeah.
Join us Wednesday, March 29th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub above.
Welcome to BreezeLine, where the sky's the limit thanks to better internet. With lightning fast speeds up to 1 gig, you can game like a boss, stream like a pro, and watch like there's no tomorrow. Stream, watch, post, send, and trend. Do it all with our fiber-powered network, bringing you reliable, fast internet. Welcome to BreezeLine. Visit breezeline.com for latest offers. Service subject to availability. New customers in select areas only. Visit breezeline.com for details.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
At Petiti's. Hi, I'm AJ Petiti. Right now at Petiti Garden Centers, shop spring patio furniture collections at 40% off, plus free setup and delivery. And get a $20 Petiti gift card with your purchase of a Scott's 4-Step program. Petiti's, we're locally grown and family owned.
At Domino's, we're so obsessed with pizza, we'll try to turn pretty much anything into pizza. Sizzling pizza fajitas? Pizza milkshake. Probably not the best pizza ideas, but a great idea? Domino's new loaded tots. We bake our tots hot and crispy and load them up with melty cheese and delicious toppings, just like our pizza. From savory Philly cheesesteak to craveable cheddar bacon and mouthwatering melty 3 cheese, Domino's new loaded tots are just like Domino's pizza, only on tots. Can someone turn a fan on in here? Try Domino's new loaded tots next time you order.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, acetaminophen use during pregnancy is linked to autism. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. A crash being cleared on Lake Avenue and Clegg Road, Carnegie at East 81st Street, Huron near East 4th Street, Kent Road near Kaufman Road, and the right lane is blocked 271 South at the 480-14 split. Traffic is backing before Alexander Road. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Dunkin'. Order ahead with Dunkin' Rewards. Get a $2 medium iced coffee every day all month long. Skip the wait and you can earn points. Join on the Dunkin' app. America runs on Dunkin'. Limit 1 per member per day. Additional charges and terms may apply. Participation may vary. Limited time offer.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You got a question for Dr. Ryan Berglund? Is another installment of Is It Red? Spending some time with us this afternoon, taking time out of his very, very busy schedule. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Send a text, 35192. And I don't want to bury the lead, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. Oh, my God. It's been such a day with Michael Rapaport and Dr. Berglund and the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. I couldn't be more excited about that. Hey, Jim, thank you for holding on. What's up?
Hi, I'd like to talk to Dr. Berglund.
He's right there.
Okay. I will start off with I'm 37 years old. I have ED, but it only started after I noticed like BB shapes, and they're rock hard underneath my scrotum. Started about 6 or 7 months ago. I got one. Then they started. It's not outside of the scrotum at all. It's underneath. So I'm wondering.
Do you have any curvature with erections, or explain the erectile dysfunction? You can't get an erection, or it just doesn't last?
It just doesn't work. Period.
Did you have any kind of trauma? Do you remember having sex and hearing a snap or with a loss of erection or anything like that?
Nothing like that. I was taking that prescription Hims, 4 Hims or whatever it is.
Oh, yeah.
Hims, yeah.
That worked and would make me laugh, but I stopped taking it after I started feeling these they literally feel like a BB underneath the scrotum.
I got to tell you, you're very young to have this problem. Very young. So, you always worry about trauma or, heart disease or something.
Did people ever call you an old soul?
All the time.
There you go.
You're kind of in that group where I really do think you should see a urologist that specializes in ED, you're just very young to have this, and the story just doesn't add up. And I worry about possible trauma or something, some kind of scar tissue or something.
I've done manual heavy laboring my whole life. I've fallen off scaffolding. I've, downhills, all sorts of stuff. So
I would want to look into that. I'd want to look into that kind of angle. You're just too
I have
too
a
young.
doctor's appointment coming up first, and then urology, which I couldn't get into till that's June 2nd.
Okay.
Well, let
you're
him
doing
know.
the right thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, thank you, Jim. Good luck over there, buddy. Let me get to some texts here. Does a vasectomy affect testosterone levels?
no.
No, it does not. I'm hornier than I ever was. I don't know if that's just psychosomatic. Does it ever make them go up?
No.
All right, well, it's psychosomatic. It's all in my brain. Could you please ask Dr. Berglund, do you know what SARMs is? Selective androgen receptor modulators.
Yes.
Okay. Can you ask Dr. Berglund if that can be used as a makeshift birth control regimen?
I would not do that.
What is that?
These are drugs that affect the hormonal axis. That is not a way to control.
Okay.
To perform birth control.
That's not a boutique way to go about doing it, right?
No, and actually, kind of the holy grail of all birth control is the male contraceptive.
I keep reading that they're coming up with stuff, or they're.
You know how long I've been reading that?
10 years,
23
yeah.
years. Yeah.
Yep.
So and you'll hear there'll be press releases all the time. It's a very challenging problem.
What do you look for in one of those articles that would make you go, "Oh, they did it"?
You know what? I don't look at the mass media, because they tend to focus on very small reports that are not necessarily the most reputable,
like a clickbait thing.
Correct. You look at the peer reviewed literature,
okay.
the real medical literature. There was an article the other day that I saw in that was on the news and on a lot of major sites, showing that you can get ED if you don't ejaculate 21 times a month.
Yeah, that's like an old wives' tale too, right? Like they're like, oh, it's good for your prostate to go twice a day, every day, or it sounds like a random number.
I want to see
already
the
hit my
peer
quota
review.
this month.
That kind of brings me to my question. I really did have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr.
What was
B.
your?
So
Cody from Oberlin. You're on with Dr. Berglund. Hello.
Yeah, so I mean, I am a young man who doesn't always get laid as often as younger man. It doesn't always get laid as often as I wanted to in the past. So I've gotten used to tossing off, and I think it affects my sex life sometimes. Like I sometimes don't enjoy sex as much as I should because I would rather do it myself because I know how to do it.
Yeah. I mean, intimacy is a very complicated phenomenon, right? It's a very emotional, psychological phenomenon. So, yes, but as far as whether or not ejaculating 21 times a month
right
keeps you from getting erectile dysfunction, I'd want to see peer-reviewed literature that shows that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't rely on what comes out on the major wire services.
A texter wants to know, what is the best way to alleviate phimosis?
Phimosis.
Phimosis is what?
The easiest way to eliminate the risk of phimosis is to get a circumcision.
Oh, is this really tight?
So phimosis is when you cannot retract the foreskin.
Okay.
And it's an age-related phenomenon. The older you get, the more likely you are to get it. Inflammation, patients who get infections are prone to getting this. It's probably reasonable to retract the foreskin regularly. The problem is there's the opposite problem, which is called a paraphimosis.
Right.
That's where you can't pull it back, and that's an even bigger problem.
Oh, boy.
So if you're really tight and you pull it back, you might not be able to, you retract it, you might not be able to pull it back.
Well, if I know anything, I know that he's gone now, but Cody from Oberlin wants nothing to do with foreskin at all.
Nope.
Oh, my goodness.
Watch, my husband's going to be uncircumcised and I'm going to get my karma.
But I love him. He's my husband and I love him.
I would like to think that I'm not that shallow that I would.
We'd all like to think that you're not that shallow, but what are you going to do? Here is an aesthetic question. Alan, my husband's scrotum is incredibly long and stretchy. No issue with the testicles of the penis. It's just unsightly. He's a 41-year-old, Healthy man. It's so long that it touches the bed when he's on his back and sometimes is in the toilet water. Is this something I should worry about? This guy's got real live truck nuts on his body. Should she worry about that?
Worry, no. That's very common.
Yeah.
And, I'm sure you could find a, plastic surgeon who's willing to take some of that tissue
I was
off.
going to say, they do scrotal whatever.
Scrotoplasties,
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That might be something worth looking into. You don't want him in the water.
Tighten up the bag.
Yeah.
This is one where I give the warning, though, get surgery if you need it.
Yeah.
If you really don't need it, don't get it.
Right. Jeff in Uniontown. Hi, Jeff.
Hey there.
Hey, what's up?
Got a question for Doc about some recreational activities with sounding. Traditionally was yeah. I won't get into details, but traditionally it was a medical procedure, I think, for scar tissue.
That's
If
correct.
I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But the rabbit hole was ventured and tried it. Really enjoyed it, and have
got a rabbit in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, got a rabbit in the hole.
It's like Bullwinkle.
I've gotten in the habit of trying to get larger and larger diameter sounds, and I'm just curious about safety.
Those sounds were screaming.
Yeah.
So this is passing objects into the urethra to stretch it.
Yeah.
And it's really not a good idea because you can actually get the exact opposite problem, is that over time you can get scar tissue and it can lose its elasticity and shrink down into a stricture. And if you alter the way that the urethra is oriented, you'll start spraying urine. You might have problems emptying. So it's just not a good idea.
So the scar tissue, because my thought was you would get the hole to a point where it wouldn't close. Well, like every time you go pee, it's like a fire hose. You're saying that the scar tissue would in fact make it smaller.
When you're sounding, you're stretching, you're tearing tissue.
Right.
And the way that and then you heal. When you heal, it can stretch.
Okay.
It can scar back down.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's just not a good idea.
Sense.
Yeah. So you're getting the two sounding rods down from us, Jeff. But
Thanks,
good luck
guys. I
out there.
appreciate it.
Yeah. Good luck. Oh boy. Oh, we're well aware of sounding, and it's sounding really gross.
Sounding like a bad idea.
Right. Alan, my wife sometimes, when she's down there, when oral, and I finish, she says, nothing came out. And I say, nothing or not a lot? Is it possible that lying down gives me less? Lying down's got nothing to do with it, right?
Nothing to do with it.
Yeah, okay.
It probably is his prostate or his sphincter muscle or medication that he's on. But I wouldn't be surprised if after he's finished and he goes to the bathroom and he urinates, his urine's cloudy because it has semen in it.
Okay. Well, check your sphincter. I'll hook you up with that dude with the sounding rods, and then you can kill two birds with one stone. Are there any non-surgical ways to kill sperm? I've always used condoms, but I don't want any of those little bastards to get through in the event of failure.
Non-surgical. I mean, you have female female methods. So the pill, barrier contraceptives like sponge, diaphragm, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Male, it's it's really a condom or vasectomy.
Okay.
And actually, IUD is very effective in females, and it's actually a really good kind of in between a permanent and a temporary method, because you put one in and they last a few years before you have to have them either removed or changed.
It's like a scarecrow for semen.
Here's a mom. Alan, my 8-month-old was circumcised, but the doctor said there's some penile adhesion possibly occurring and prescribed mupirocin ointment.
Yeah.
There's a small spot on the top that's very red, doesn't seem to bother him, but underneath, it looks like the head and the shaft aren't completely separated anymore. Would he need surgery to fix this? And is it better to do it now and not later?
Very common problem. Oftentimes these adhesions can kind of come down with putting ointment on and just over time pulling the tissue down. Occasionally you need to have oftentimes it's just a procedure in the office. We put a little numbing cream on there and snip some of those adhesions. Severe cases would require going to the operating room. So if you're under the care of a pediatric urologist right now, this is this is almost always taken care of at a young age.
Okay. Yeah, I was also reading another article about dermal fillers, about these guys that are injecting stuff into their shaft to make it. I'm like, gee.
Don't do it.
I mean, listen, we all love our junk, but are there no lengths, if you'll pardon the pun, to which people will go? They're like, oh, you smooth out the wrinkles. I'm like, it's not supposed to look like a balloon animal. Jeez.
It's like Botox for your peen? Is that
yeah, injectable fillers is like, there's doctors doing this stuff. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, like, if you're a girl, you'd have it done to your lips, Wild. George, hello.
Hey, I'm glad I remembered my fake name. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. So, Dr. Berglund, I've actually visited you in the past pre-COVID. You're an awesome doc. So you touched just briefly while I was on hold here on an issue that I'm going through. I'm 58 years old. And the way I'm going to describe this is my money shot is not as voluminous as it used to be. I am on finasteride. I do wake up at night and pee multiple times. Not all the time, but and I think you had mentioned after you pee, it could be cloudy after you have an orgasm. And yeah, that's kind of a thing. Is there a way to fix that? Is it an issue?
The first question is, are you trying to achieve a pregnancy? And I imagine you aren't. Is that correct?
No, because I'm fixed.
Right. And so what is the purpose of ejaculating? It's it's insemination, and it's a way of achieving a pregnancy. So it's not going to cause you any harm. And you can still have normal sensation, climax, etc. Just don't produce as much fluid. Interestingly, you have probably a couple of things going on. Number one, your prostate is probably affecting your ability to ejaculate, but also finasteride can reduce the volume of the ejaculate fluid that you make. So finasteride is a wonderful drug for what it is used for, whether enlarged prostate cancer prevention, hair loss. We've talked about the hair loss thing.
Yeah, that's why I'm taking it, to hold on to, grasping at the straws that I have left.
But it can cause you to produce less semen, but it will not cause you any harm. And, the interventions that you do are really around around fertility. And if that's not an issue, I wouldn't worry about it too much.
All right. Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Good luck, George. Circling back to the subject of vasectomies possibly growing back. Somebody texted that they had one 15 years ago, and they want to know if there's a time frame where they could consider themselves completely out of the clear, or if they should be getting regular checkups to make sure that everything is still not moving around and,
It's a 1 in 2,000 risk.
Yeah.
So it is incredibly uncommon, but it can happen.
Right.
And, as a urologist, if you do enough of these, you're eventually going to have a failure. I would just say I can never say you're completely out of the woods. If it really is a concern, it really is not that big a deal to go submit a semen analysis and just make sure you've got no viable sperm making it into the specimen, making it the semen.
Alan, I'm 35 and I've never had large emission volume. Is this normal? Some dudes can blast it to the ceiling. I've been like this my whole life. No known medical issues. Is it normal to have very small loads, essentially?
Sometimes it's all in the eye of the beholder, too. What he thinks is small, maybe he's comparing it to pornography that he's seeing,
right.
Which may be excessive on the other
A super soaker filled with glue is not normally what,
So
what people should be looking at.
People have variable volumes of ejaculate. The question is whether or not there's sperm in it and whether or not you can achieve a pregnancy when you're trying. And so I wouldn't worry so much about the volume. I'd be more concerned about inability to achieve a pregnancy.
Okay.
With the semen.
Okay. You've done it again. You've improved some lives. You've probably saved some people.
Can you get to that one that I sent you?
Oh, I can get to the one that you sent me.
Before we get out of here.
This is someone having a sharp pain that comes and goes on his right side. Could it be a potential torsion pull in the groin area, like an inflamed appendix?
Appendix testis.
Isn't an STD because they've been tested.
I believe it is on the testicle.
On the testicle.
Yeah. I think it sounds like epididymitis.
If it's that's the most common place you'll have an infection.
Yeah.
And the way you can do a couple of things. First of all, put somebody on a run of 10 days of antibiotics and it'll go away in 80% of patients. And you've proven your point there. sometimes we do need to get an ultrasound. You need to make sure you're not feeling a mass there.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly, testicular cancer usually is a painless mass. But the first thing I usually do is physical exam, 10 days of antibiotics, plus or minus an ultrasound, depending on what I found, and it will usually go away. Interestingly, though, a passing kidney stone can radiate down into the groin.
Yep.
A hernia sometimes can radiate down into the groin. So there are other things that could cause that. But playing the percentages, if it's point tenderness right outside the testicle, that's probably epididymitis.
But
so
find out what is
for it.
not, and that's helpful too.
And a run of antibiotics will get it to go away in 80% of cases.
All right. Well, good to see you, pal. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me in.
What's the number over there? People want to contact Dr. Ryan Berglund over there for consults.
216-444-CARE.
Hey, there it is. All right, there you go. Dr. Ryan Berglund from the Cleveland Clinic.
Is it red? Does it itch? Does it hurt like a bitch? Is it red? Is it red? Is it red?
All right, William, do you feel, you want to get this weekend started?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, good. All right, it is the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. It's how we determine on a daylight saving time weekend when the weekend begins. Take it away, William.
It's Friday! You got to get down on Friday. Get your hand down your pants. Check for a mass between your legs. Ball toucher, ball toucher, ball toucher. It's Friday!
What is good advice all the way around?
Yeah, you should check your testicles about, what, once a month or so?
Yeah, once a month. Once an hour, whatever.
Yeah.
Bill Squire Friday Get Down. Now the weekend is underway officially. It's not brought to you by anybody, but, we just love doing it, so why not? Let me take a break here. Cavs tonight, 8 o'clock on MMS. You want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Is Rover.
Gross, sometimes insightful.
Rock. And Alan Cox.
We're going to walk you through this valley of sadness.
You're at the home of the Cavaliers.
Cavs lead! 100.7
WMMS. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcasts at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in as the best podcasts take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio, Tuesday night at 9.
Considering an EV for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscription. I'm Scott Painter, CEO of Autonomy, where an EV subscription is like a lease but way more flexible. It's a debt-free way to get month-to-month access to a new EV. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at autonomy.com.
This is Pro Bowler Sean Merriman. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
The Cavs will wrap up their back-to-back against Miami tonight. Cleveland has their eyes on a fourth straight win. They beat the Heat Wednesday night. Bo Naylor's one of the first big cuts at Guardian spring training. Cleveland's top prospect was optioned to AAA Columbus today to get him regular playing time. And former NFL wide receiver Otis Taylor has died. He was a key player in the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl IV victory. Taylor passed today at age 80. I'm Scott Davidson.
Staples Print and Marketing Services helps small business print big. Now get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer ends 4/15. Visit staples.com/printbig for details. This is your sign to try Staples, where your prints are perfect guaranteed.
Hey, it's Charlie, and you've got to try the new Monster Energy Zero Sugar. It's 100% Monster with none of the sugar. So check it out. Right now, you can stop by any area Circle K store now through March 31st. Scan the Monster QR code for a chance to win an exclusive Monster fridge and a 1-year supply of the new Zero Sugar Monster Energy. And it doesn't stop there. I've got a bunch of Monster branded hoodies, thermals, and flap hats for runners-up. Try new Monster Zero Sugar, available at Circle K. today.
Factory incentive to dealer plus tax, tag, title, registration. $250 dealer fee with approved credit. Ends 4/3/23.
Hi, this is Chris Marhoffer from Ron Marhoffer Chevrolet in Stowe. March is finally here, and that means it's our annual spring clearance event. Inventory is finally back, and so are factory discounts and incentives. New Chevy cars, trucks, and SUVs are piling up, and they gotta go. Just announced up to $5,000 off MSRP on new Chevys with payment programs to fit any budget. Our new Silverados, Tahoes, Equinoxes, and Malibus must be sold by month end, and we need your trade. So we're paying top dollar for every single trade-in. If you're looking for a new Chevy, car, truck, or SUV with up to $5,000 off MSRP and want a payment